This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
It's such another lovely day, and it's always a delight to bring you the program Icons. Program designed specifically to showcase and unveil men and women of integrity, of character, so you can listen to them as they unveil their journey and what made them think in terms of impact and contributions to the community. So you can learn from their story and become the best version of you, especially at a time in our society where values have been thrown into the waste bin. Today on the program Icons on Independent Television, our guest is special, and that's because he's an octogenarian. And then secondly, he's also a former school teacher, a former military officer, sports administrator and developer, a businessman, a farmer of immeasurable repute, and he's also been a politician. I mean, as far as I can remember. But there's something unique about his politicking or political activities. All of these and lots more would unveil in the next 25 minutes on the program Icons on Independent Television. My guest today is Owe Dixon Imasuge. What I heard now is now Etose Dixon Imasuge. I'm sure he's going to let us into what all of this means. Pardon, sir. Thank you so much for granting us this interview with you on Icons on ITV.
Thank you. You are welcome.
Okay, let's begin from the basic. Tell us, what was it like growing up as a child? I mean, today you're very successful in very many ways. Time will fail us to unveil all of that. But how was it like growing up? Were you born with silver spoon, diamond spoon, or golden spoon? What kind of spoon were you born with? And what was life like growing up?
I was born on January 21st, 1941. Here in this very room, or this very house. It's a family house. I lived a hard life when I was young. People know me. Even when I was in the modern school, not to talk of the primary school. I woke up every day by 4 o'clock, go to Lagos Street to sell Midwest Echo and Midwest Champion.
Those were newspapers at the time?
Those were newspaper, local newspaper.
Okay.
At that time. Then I come back after 6 to Bath and go to modern school. The BDC 4, the present branch of Uniben in Ekenwa Road. 1 o'clock, if the teacher refused to close us, I will close myself. Go back to Lagos Street to sell Daily Times. If it is the day of Oka market, my auntie go to Oka. I will ask my co-vendor, please, those I'm serving monthly, help me serve so. After selling the one I want to sell. Go back to Mission Road to hire truck to Oka market and bring back the gari of my aunt. I suffered like that seriously until I left the modern school. My uncle, Reverend Professor Sadloy Masogi, now employed me into the American Baptist School as a PP teacher in 1959. I was posted to Pogba Zoaye, that is now Emu. And I was very comfortable. 1962, I gained a chance to Abraka teacher training. That time, if you are a teacher, you gain a chance, your salary will be going on.
As well?
Yes, as well. Even who are in the college. But they sent out a circular which says they should retrench teachers. Last to come, first to go. I was in the teacher training. I didn't know the AA Yoruba man was no more friendly with my uncle, who was the head of the American Baptist. He put my name among those
to be retrenched.
I had to run from Abraka down. Went to meet him. He said I should not talk to him at all. I wrote a petition listing more than 100 teachers I'm senior to that were still in the field. The ministry now sent it into him. He wrote that they should not mind me, that it is frustration that is worrying me. They look at those I listed and really saw that I was senior from 59 to 62. There were some who were even employed 61. They now wrote to him that he should restate me immediately and pay me all my arrears. As wicked as he is, he wrote to me and the headmaster of Ewowe, who later became Reverend B.O.A. Kato, that he's driving the wife for me to come and replace. Because the wife was also teaching in Ewowe. Yes, we are human beings. If I were to be a Kato, I would also be annoyed. But as a Christian, he went too far. It's a pity he's no more alive. So anything I'm saying, it will look as if I want to spoil his name. But he went to a society that do not have anything with Christianity. If you want to know, 1951, when I was in Okoro Primary School, I got baptized under the Roman Catholic by Reverend Kelly, who later became Bishop Kelly.
Was that how Bishop Kelly Pastoral Center came from? Is that the history behind Bishop Kelly? Okay.
No.
Okay.
That time he was in Holy Arosa.
Okay.
In Mission Road here. And when I started teaching under the American Baptist, you must belong to their religion.
You got baptized there too again?
I got baptized in 1959 again under the American Baptist. So will you want to say I'm not a Christian if I got baptized 2 times? If you Christ, they do so. So, unfortunately for B.O.A. Kato, the people reported me to Owegwe have their ways of doing things. They follow the right line. They wanted to know if I'm their member. And if I'm their member, they will not do me anything.
But if you are not their member,
They can't say, yes, you wronged this man. They drove the wife because of you.
that was the allegation against you.
Yes.
Know all that transpired to get to that point.
First and foremost, when the AA administrative assistant wrote, I am driving your wife for this man to come and replace. Well, how human being?
Yeah,
I said just now that he has a right to be annoyed.
absolutely.
But not to the extent as a Christian that he went.
So you're saying he took your name to
Oh, wait.
harm you?
Yes.
Because according to him, you
And that not only to harm me, that I should not spend more than a night alive in a way. But fortunately to me, I was staying in the captain's house in Okpobazwa, that's Naimu. The man know me as small teacher. He know me anything that concerns native thing or not religious, you don't see me in it. So when they got there now, he told them, no, this man is not our member. But he will not wait and see that in his house. And as such, they should go and grab black charcoal and give to the headmaster meeting. Scatter taken that they have already taken out. It's the same thing you say in the church now. Miracle that is no miracle. So they left. They now called me. I was still in Abraka. That's what moved me out of Abraka. Because if I'm not in the classroom, they will terminate me.
Yeah.
Whereas while there, I was still receiving my salary. So he warned me. I look at him. I said, this man wants to cause trouble between two Christians. I didn't believe him. He looked at me and said, I know you didn't believe him. But all I will tell you, I don't know if it's only my members he approach. Please, Eli, with bicycle. By 7, I was already in a way. I went straight to his house. The way he received me, I said, that's too much. I said, so that devil wanted to cause trouble between me and my Christian brother. I went to the class. He gave me the class. It was, we were almost going to close it. So after 12, because we closed by 1, I said, this man will still warn me. Do not sleep. I said, let me see the headmaster. I went to the headmaster because all along I was sending exclusivity since I didn't report. I went there and said, sir, you know I've been sending exclusivity. He said, yes. I said, I need to see my daughter this night. I said, oh, that's okay. Don't. Please sleep. If you want to go 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, I will allow you to go. My brain
You will to reset again because you'll be warned.
6 o'clock, 7, you allow me to go. Not that I'm still going to teach with till now and at 6 o'clock in the morning or 7 when the student will start to come to school. I said, I believe this man. So immediately they knocked the bed to close on my bicycle. I said, tell the headmaster I'm gone. He started running after me. Anyway, wade o, omari mudia o, omari mudia o, which shows there was really something on the ground.
Which means there was a plan
Yes.
to eliminate you that night.
I didn't come home because my things were still in Okpobazwa, that is Naimu. I went there. That time, Owigwe, that is now Sopika, hold meeting 12 midnight. After level, I went to wake up the Kate. The Kate title that time is now what we call Owele.
Okay.
I went to wake up the Kate. I don't buy. I said, sir, when you are going to meeting today, I will go with you. He look at me. He said, no. I said, why? He said, any person will get trouble. They do not accept him in the society. I said, now trouble I get. You saved my life. You are telling me how to be a good Christian. And I want to join you in what you are worshiping. You are saying I have trouble. I said, I don't have trouble. So I said, you don't want to go. I want to stay outside. Immediately he came out with the oil lamp where they take a escorter. I followed him. When he got there, he went inside to call the elders. Say, see the trouble we get. He tell this man or small teacher, say, somebody will get trouble, they know they accept. When I now say my, the people say they will initiate me.
So that's how you became
I became
a member.
with man in 1962.
Okay, I'll come to that point much later. You've also been a military officer. You've been a sports developer.
Thank you.
You've been a businessman.
Yes.
Yes. So what were the values that helped you to be able to function at this level?
Thank you. Since I left Abraka, I have photography brain. And I started buying books that I read, ROSA books and so on. And I got my advance in bookkeeping and accountancy. So, in 1966, March 66, and I joined the police. Later, Bayagon, who was assistant commissioner here from Usen, was my squad mate. I was their father. This man who was in charge of security, he was commissioner or deputy commissioner under AIG, Ishaman, was also my squad mate. I got the best batting in 66 squad or 22 squad in police. When the war broke out, they asked for accountants. Because of my certificate, I applied. I was not even a lance corporal in the police. They look at the certificate, they value it, and they gave me a warrant officer, class 2.
In the army?
In the army.
So that's how you moved from police to
the
army.
army.
Interesting.
Warrant officer, class 2, class 1. If you are getting promotion, you go to full lieutenant straight. It will not take you 2 years, you go to captain. So I was employed. I served under Lieutenant Bello as the paymaster 2D. When they now saw my intelligence, they made me officer in charge 2D traveling claim. That is, any other rank going on leave, his paper
Must pass
through me. From Asaba to Sokoto, like this. I made million. You don't know why I left so sorry. I have not told you about my family life. Let me just brush it. That in the end, 7 women born for me. 6 were under this roof.
So that means you are a polygamist.
Serious one. even with Ababa, when I left him when he was in South Africa, I talk. I said, see waiting, I see waiting. He said, they did not play. I said, Baba, I thought I will learn
From you.
Polygamous things. I don't know, you are the one to learn from me. So, like I said, if any major general also chase a girlfriend, I will say it's W1 in Masoge. a girlfriend. Whereas Nala, and now I say, if this thing come, na trouble I did. So when the car cool, the car them were all my boys.
Wow.
Happened, I say, the senior officers who don't like me can
Set you up with this
set
now.
me up. Now right. They didn't even allow me to go. My boss went to take my paper away from Army headquarters. Like this former senator, Ali Mekena, he was my corporal.
Wow.
I sent him to Auchi. While in Auchi, I was paying salary. When he came, I promoted him a sergeant. He was already a staff sergeant before I left.
Wow.
So, or DVD Papa
That's one.
was under me,
So at what rank did you, leave the army?
W1.
Wow. Wow.
That's the father of the army.
Wow.
But if it's in real military, not tradesmen,
Yeah.
it will be called Regimental Sergeant Major,
Okay. RSM.
ROSM. But as a tradesman,
Yes.
warrant officer class 1.
Growing up as a child, I mean, judging from the background that you came from, I mean, you literally trained yourself in modern school, doing sales, doing business to support yourself and all that. What would you say are the values, the virtues, the principles of life that you imbibed? And you also didn't talk about your parents, because hearing you say you have to work your way to go to school, do trades and stuff like that, can you give us insight into that?
Thank you. My mother left me and the other 2 children in 1946.
When you say left you, what do you mean by
Left
left?
my father
Okay.
to marry another person.
Okay.
But the children, she gave birth to another 7 children. I trained all.
Interesting.
If you were in my birthday that day, you will see the person who prayed, James Obagona. I trained him in Arewele, which is now Western Boys. From there, when I moved to Ibadan posting in 1971, I took him along to do HSC in Loyola College. When he left there, I looked for chance for him in UI. You know what UI is that time?
Yeah.
He ran home and wrote me a nasty letter. Those who are not as rich as yourself, send their brothers to overseas. You are sending me to UI. I said, okay, go and bring paper. He went to bring. And I trained in Florida State University, full time for 4 years. Not to talk about the others. I trained all. You saw my birthday if you were there that day. I have 13 children in overseas. Those who are here, number 5 from number 4 woman Yoruba is a professor in Uniben here and HOD in UBTH. Number 7 is number 2 staff in NYSC Edo State. Number 11 is assistant director NAPTEP. Number 13 is a CEO in one of the Elumelu establishment. Number 17 is the super leader of APC when I'm super leader of PDP in my local government. Number 18 from number 6 woman, Isha woman, is a bank manager, First Bank in Lagos. Number 24 is now they are posting him now. Up to 2 months ago, he was the PRO immigration 2D.
Okay.
Number 24. He has masters. I trained all my children
Fantastic.
because I didn't have that opportunity.
Opportunity.
And in short, what motivated me to be training people close to me and to be friendly is that I took personal oath, that as I suffer, if I see any person suffer and not help am, may God punish me. So I'm like that. If you ask people, even Christmas, I do Christmas for more than 600 people every year. Not that I'm too rich, but I vow that I must help people.
All right, thank you very much. It's been a very, very interesting conversation today on the program Icons with our guest, Owe Dixon Imasoge, who incidentally is a community leader, a party leader, a businessman, a philanthropist, a former teacher, and former police and army officer. Interestingly, I've seen a lot of people in this category who actually started out their life as a teacher. One of them is somebody he's consistently referred to as his father and his mentor, talking about our father, the SMO, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osama Wigbidindo, CFRCO, and who incidentally was also a teacher. Before he also became a police officer, and then the rest is history.
We are cousins also from the mother side.
Wow, fantastic. I want to thank you again for creating this time for us to have this interface with you. And we wish you the very, very best, particularly with your new age. It's a prayer that you continue to age in grace and with grace. Thank you very much.
Thank you for thanking me.
That's our package for today on the program Icons. We hope you enjoyed the program. Be sure to join us. We'll bring you a fresh episode of the program. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, thanking you for staying with us. Have a lovely day ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
right, a beautiful morning to you, and you're welcome to the program this morning on ITV, on Independent Television. It is Wednesday, the 25th day of March 2026. It's a good one to know that you are alive and I'm alive, and together we stay together, spend the rest of this day together in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, so I've got my co-anchor, Wisin Omasho. Wisin, a very good morning. Now, don't mind me. I mean,
come on, man. Are you now a pastor? Opening a church on anyway, we need prayers of the country.
Yeah, I mean, you just wake up in the morning, despite the difficult times. I mean, despite we're buying fuel for almost 150 naira, 1,500 naira. You just see that you just see yourself going on and on. So I think when you start the day, you give thanks to God. I mean, for giving you the ability to see the day, and of course the opportunity to be part of the day.
Yeah, just keep on pushing, keep on striving, keep on doing everything we can do to make sure that we keep hope alive. After all, they are saying that it's not only Nigeria, other countries are having the effect of the Middle East turbulence, but countries like France and God have been able to set up a mechanism to absorb the shock. They are still purchasing fuel per liter within that same price range they used to. So how come Nigeria is not the same? Doesn't mean we don't have mechanism put on the ground to help us to absorb this kind of shock. We have this crude. Okay, fine, let's say granted our refineries are no longer working, but we have a private refinery that is even supplying or threatening to supply all African countries. So why is our own different? That's the question we're asking this morning.
Very big question we're asking. Why is our own different? And we've been calling on authorities involved to ensure that intervention, programs and ways of ameliorating the suffering, should begin to be seen. It should begin to be felt by Nigerians, because I mean, the prices of goods and services are already going up. In some states, I understand that a sachet of pure water is sold for 100 naira. A bag of pure water, a sachet, a bag of pure water that used to be sold for like 300 naira, 400 naira is about 800 naira, in some places. So you can.
That should be in the northern part, not in the south side, though.
You can see how, I mean, if as common as water, you just easily notice the change in cost of goods and services, then of course you should know that it is real when we say that the fuel, it's really having a toll on all sectors of our economy.
But if you take a look at it, you're going to realize that sometimes all these addition, inflation, do you know they're man-made? Okay, fine, let's do the maths, all right? What was the cost of fuel before this Middle East turbulence? And how much was added right now to fuel pump price? Is that enough to have some type of 100% increment in goods and services? These are man-made. We're the one punishing ourselves. People want to cash in on, okay, fine, there is war in Iran, Strait of Hormuz, just 20% of energy that part of us to. What about many 80%? Is it enough for there to be an escalation in prices? That's a question people are not answering. Well, the thing is that we lack regulation. Nobody's regulating anything. If you have anything, say that any price, put the blame on the fuel pump price, put the blame on the bad roads, put the blame on the government without you, the entrepreneur, because some of them want to make massive gain. They call it cashing out, the season of which the masses, they are suffering.
Anyway, from beginning this morning, we're going to be looking at what seems to be, as a matter of fact, it is the latest now. We'll talk about the 2027 election. INEC yesterday unveiled the electoral framework. That's the guidelines that political parties are going to be following, for next year's election. Now, those guidelines are as a result of the amendments, the electoral amendment that we saw, the 2026 electoral amendments that we saw a few weeks ago, 1 or 2 months ago now. Now, we're going to be talking about that now and see how political parties are really ready for these guidelines, because these guidelines are the frameworks, I should say now, that political parties are going to be following.
If you take a look at the guidelines, the big question now is how many political parties are really following the guidelines?
Especially when, I mean, we saw pockets of reports this morning that some political parties are already
Campaigning.
crying of, complaining of alleged imposed candidates and all that. Now, those are the things that INEC, they don't want to see, because, I mean, we're going to be looking at the guidelines, because what INEC is saying that, look, all political parties should ensure that they stay on these guidelines. INEC doesn't want to hear quarrels of imposition of candidates and political parties and all that. So I don't know. So if we begin to still have this kind of problems at this time, so the big question we're asking, the political parties, are they really ready for next year's election?
All right, before we go political parties, you take a look at this particular question. How many political parties are even following the primary guidelines? Let us start off with campaigns. Even Mr. President and his party, the APC, are they following the political guidelines? Maybe Mr. President is not that loud about his ambition for the second term. What about his cronies? You get to see people saying, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, second term. They are so bold about it.
I mean, it's not time for campaign.
When it's not time for campaign.
We have so
they are violating the first rule. According to the primary rule, you have to know when to start campaigning. But they are doing it right now. To the extent that ADC is not following suit. Okay, fine. They don't know the presidential candidate yet, but they say vote for ADC. Is it Obi Kwankwaso? Is it Atiku Kwankwaso? Whatever. They are all campaigning. But the biggest culprit, if you go to town, you go all over the country to ask, is the APC violating this particular rule on how to campaign? Is it time for us to start campaigning yet? No, but they're doing it. It's everywhere. You get to see our governor, though he is massively in love with Mr. President. They say, yes, Tinubu, over 2.5 million votes. So I say over 3.5 million votes. These are campaign. Okay, whatever you're saying right now is from Mr. President. Yes, I know he's loyal. I have nothing against this. He loves the president. Mr. President loves him also. But come on, the rules must be followed. Aside our governor, which we cherish, if you go to other states, it's the same blueprint. Why are they violating the first rule of campaign? Government campaign, you have a time frame. Why are they campaigning now? And
it is not for us to judge. We are not judging.
We're just asking questions.
We're just saying what
questions.
What are conspicuous. Because if you go around downtown, you see billboards of political parties.
The city board, village board,
you see the billboards and all that. Anyway, we have our Lagos Center with us this morning. Beautiful Messalina is right there. Messi, a very good morning to you.
Good morning, Evans. Good morning, Wilson. Trust you guys are doing good. Okay, this beautiful Wednesday morning in Lagos. Lagos is cool, beautiful weather. And you're talking about the guidelines, if political parties are actually following the guidelines. I wouldn't say, I would say most of them. Let's take a look at the campaigning. Campaign is supposed to start 150 days to the election. But I mean, some political parties, they've started campaigning. And it boils down to adverse political parties, really following the guidelines. So we're still going to be talking about 2027 election from Lagos today, the intense political realignment ahead of the 2027 election. There's rising debate over the positioning of politicians as parties' primaries and realignment accelerates ahead of 2027 general election, with some lawmakers and political actors being caged by party structure. So basically today from Lagos, we would still be looking at 2027. I mean, 2027 is just by the corner. Election is close, and we've been seeing a lot of defections lately. Campaigning have started when you're not supposed to start campaigning until 150 days. And so basically today we're looking at 2027 election. I mean, we cannot just wait for 2027 election to come. So we'll see our new president. And talking about the price of fuel, the Middle East crisis affecting the price of fuel. And if the price of fuel actually goes up, it affects goods in the market. It affects the economic. It affects the economy, in general, in terms of food, transportation, and all of that. I mean, I would say Nigerians at this point, we are feeling the heat. We're waiting to see what the president will do at this point, to help with all these things Nigeria are facing in terms of, like I said earlier, economic, food and all of that, transportation, because of the Middle East crisis. So basically from Lagos, we're looking at 2027 election, or a couple of defections, and how it will affect some political parties, ahead of 2027.
Thank you so much, beautiful Mercy there. So that's, all that we're going to be looking at today on the program this morning on ITV. But mind you, we've got our Boja Center, so when they are on, we're going to be bringing them on board so that we get to hear what they're going to be looking at. So we'll take a short pause now, Wilson, so that we'll join the corporate trainer in Olatan Sahai for his corporate, things that you need to know in the corporate world today.
You are specially welcome to this segment of the program. My name hasn't changed. It is still the amiable Inuagata Nosahai. And I've been on the series of driving workplace productivity with emotional intelligence. And we have looked at the different components of emotional intelligence. We are presently on the fourth one, which is the emotional intelligence component of empathy. Emotional intelligence is the smartness of being able to regulate your emotion and regulate the emotion of other people. Like I will always say, when you situate that in the workplace, emotional intelligence will become your ability as a leader to ensure workplace emotional stability through the knowledge of how to manage your emotions and the knowledge of how to manage the emotions of those working with you. And we have looked at all the first three pillars of emotional intelligence or components of emotional intelligence. We have looked at self-awareness, self-regulation. We have looked at motivation, and presently we are on empathy. And this morning, just like we have been doing, we have been following the template of using case scenario to drive home this knowledge of the different components of emotional intelligence. Remember that empathy is your ability to sense the needs of other people. Empathy is the capacity to understand the perspectives of other people. Empathy is the ability to feel what other people are feeling. Now, as a leader in a workplace, in a work environment, your ability to understand the perspectives of different departments is empathy. And that is very important important for you on being able to drive the workplace to the next level of growth. Empathy is your ability to understand the perspective of other people. Empathy is the ability, to feel what other people are feeling. Now, as a leader, one significant thing that empathy will help you to do is that it will help you to see your people beyond just human resources for accomplishing organizational goals. It will help you to start seeing your people as human beings with emotions, as human beings with families, as human beings with fears, as human beings with concerns, as human beings with, their own aspirations. This is very, very important. What the emotional intelligence component of empathy will help you to do in this light is that it will help you to be able to see that you relate effectively with people with that human finesse, with that human touch. This is very, very important. Remember one critical thing I just said. For you as a leader, empathy will help you to see your people beyond tools of accomplishing organizational goals and objectives. It will help you to see them beyond, human resources. It will help you to see them as human beings. And seeing them as human beings means that you treat them with dignity and respect. And in treating them with dignity and respect, you don't do so based on their family background. You don't do so based on their academic qualifications. You don't treat them with dignity and respect based on their rank. You treat them with dignity and respect based on the fact that they are human beings. So even if it is a janitor in the hallway that is cleaning the hallway or that is cleaning the offices, even if it's a security man, even if it's those in the catering, you treat everybody with dignity and respect because you know that these are human beings and they are, the strategic role they play is very critical to your success as a leader in that work environment, in that organization, in that church, and whatsoever vision that you are driving. Remember, empathy is the ability to sense the needs of others. Empathy is the capacity to see things from others' perspectives, is the ability to see things, from the angles and the view, the viewpoint from which other people are seeing it. Like I said, we are going to be looking at it from a case scenario one more time. And the interesting case scenario we are going to use today is a university, situation where there was acute water shortage, and the university vice chancellor of that Nigerian university and the dean of students were able to manage the situation, bringing empathy into the equation, and things were resolved. So let's just go into the case scenario. The emotional intelligence component of empathy case scenario. Empathy in university leadership during a water shortage crisis. In the peak of a grueling dry season in 2024, a state university faced a catastrophic failure of its primary industrial boreholes. For 5 days, the hostels and the staff quarters were without running water. The situation escalated. Students blocked the main gates in protest, and staff unions threatened a complete work stoppage as hygiene conditions plummeted. Now, let's look at the response by the university vice chancellor and dean of students based on the emotional intelligence component of empathy. Remember, I told you that emotional intelligence component of empathy is the ability to sense the needs of others. It's the ability to feel their pains. It is the ability to see things from their perspective and their viewpoints. Now, the students are protesting now due to this grueling water shortage situation for 5 days in this university. Also, the staff quarters equally they are experiencing water shortage, and even the staff there are also threatening to stop work because there is a very difficult situation of them not being able to take care of their family. So we are looking at the response by the university vice chancellor and the dean of students based on the emotional intelligence component of empathy. Instead of deploying campus security to disperse the crowds, the vice chancellor and the dean of students chose a boots on the ground approach rooted in cognitive and emotional empathy. Boots on the ground. In other words, they decided to come physically to the situation. The VC and the dean did not issue memos from their air-conditioned offices. They walked into the hostels during the heat of the protest. The dean physically stood with students at the empty tanks, acknowledging the indignity of the situation, rather than dismissing it as a mere technical fault. In a town hall meeting held under a tree, can you see the boots on ground, approach by the dean of students and the vice chancellor? In a town hall meeting held under a tree, the VC listened to staff describing the struggle of getting children ready for school without water. The VC responded not with defensive budget excuses, but by validating their exhaustion. Crucially, the VC announced that the university's reserve water tankers, usually reserved for the administration block, would be diverted immediately and exclusively to the hostels and staff quarters. Take note of that. The dean worked with student union leaders to create a fair water distribution committee by involving the students in the painful process of rationing. The administration showed they trusted the students' maturity, transforming them from protesters into partners. Very important. To provide immediate relief, the leadership negotiated with the State Fire Service and private vendors to provide a 24-hour water shuttle service. They also waived late registration fees for that week, acknowledging that students could not focus on academics while hunting for water. This is empathy. Now, this kind of scenario, I cannot remember the number of times we had it when I was in the university, in the Nigerian university. I don't want to mention the name of the university at the moment. We had series of water shortage situation, and most of the time it was not properly managed. So, but look at this case scenario, how the vice chancellor and the dean of students are bringing empathy to manage the situation. He said they also waived late registration for weeks. They also waived late registration fees for that week, acknowledging that students could not focus on academics while hunting for water. That is empathy. That is serious empathy. Within 72 hours, emergency repairs were completed, but the tension had already dissolved because the community felt their leaders truly felt the weight of the hardship. This is just so important. Now, what we are going to do now is to look at 3 leadership lessons that we can glean from this case scenario. Remember, we are looking at the emotional intelligence component of empathy, which is your ability to feel and sense the needs of others, the ability to see things from others' perspective. And this is what the Vice Chancellor of this particular university, in this case scenario, and the Dean of Students have demonstrated. Now, like I said, we are going to glean 3 leadership lessons from this case scenario, so that as a leader, no matter the sphere of life you are operating in, you will be able to make sure that you apply this leadership knowledge, and then be able to use empathy to see that you manage situations on time. 3 leadership lessons in empathy. Number 1, take note. You may want to write this down. Presence is the first step of empathy. Presence, physical presence, boots on the ground. Presence is the first step of empathy. Empathy cannot be communicated via a press release. This is the often scenario we see in our African environment, in our Nigerian environment, where oftentimes, people just issue press release from the comfort of their air-conditioned office. Empathy cannot be communicated via press release. In a crisis, being there is a form of emotional labor that tells the followers their suffering is seen. Is seen. Very, very important. So the lesson is that leaders must move towards the heat of a crisis, not away from it. Physical presence de-escalates anger faster than any written apology. This is a critical leadership lesson for you as a leader in that university, in that polytechnic, that college of education, in that government agency or MDA, and then also in that private organization. The second leadership lesson from this case scenario is this: validate the feeling, not just the fact. The leadership didn't just fix the pipes. They acknowledged the frustration and shame of the water shortage. People are often more upset by feeling ignored than by the problem itself. This is a serious issue. When people are ignored, that's you're ignoring them becomes worse than the problem they are going through. And in this case scenario, the Vice Chancellor of this particular university, the Dean of Students, did not ignore the students. They came on ground, they came physically to empathize and identify with the situation, and that went a long way to be able to resolve the situation. People are often more upset by feeling ignored than by the problem itself. High emotional intelligent leaders address the emotional state of their team member before attempting to sell a logical conclusion. So identify their emotional state first, validate their emotion, validate their pains, validate. Remember, empathy is the ability to sense and feel what others are going through, the ability to sense the needs of others. So when you feel that need, when you sense and validate it, recognize it, and that will go a long way to make the people to start giving you that platform to be able to easily resolve the situation. Then the third leadership lesson from this case scenario is sacrifice as a signal of sincerity. Now, by diverting administrative water to the students, the Vice Chancellor practiced compassionate empathy, taking action to relieve the distress of others at a personal or departmental cost. Remember when I was going through the case scenario, the Vice Chancellor immediately ordered that the reserve water tanker that was servicing the administrative block should immediately be, taken to the hostel and the staff quarter to quickly ameliorate the distress that the staff and the students were going through as a result of this grueling water shortage. Sacrifice is very, very important. Empathy is most believable when it involves a sacrifice. When leaders share the rationing or the burden, it creates powerful sense of institutional willingness that survives the crisis. This is very, very important. Remember empathy. Your ability to be able to sense the needs of others. Remember empathy, your capacity to be able to see things from the perspective of others. And this is seriously needed in Nigeria today. This is seriously needed in the political sphere today. It's needed in government. It's needed in the private sector. It's needed in families. It's needed in the religious sphere. It is very important we come to that level of being able to empathize with people. See things from their perspective. Make sacrifices for them. Just like we read just now from this case scenario, that empathy is most believable when it involves sacrifice. But we see a situation in the Africa, governance scenario whereby the leaders, want the citizens to continue to make sacrifices while they hardly don't even move a pin. So it is very important we understand that if we want to lead people well and be able to drive them, to help you achieve your goals and objectives, sacrifice is important, leading by example is important, and that is exactly what the Vice Chancellor did here by diverting the water that was reserved for the administrative block to the hostel and to the staff quarters. I believe that profound value have been added to you today. I know you want to connect with me. My email is inuaghata@gmail.com, inuaghata@gmail.com. Forward your question, forward your inquiries. Let's take this conversation further and be able to push things to the next level as we lead our organizations, as we lead our churches, as we lead our workplace and NGOs. I'll be seeing you next week, Wednesday. When I return, I will say, remember, amiable. Inuaghata Nosahai. Your day is so blessed. Thank you.
Many thanks for staying with us. I am Marcelina Unkwa, and we're still on TMI this beautiful morning on ITV. We'll be reviewing the papers this morning, and do well to grab some copies and go through them. The first paper we'll be talking about today is the Daily Trust papers. And the Daily Trust papers, the big headlines there says, parties move against Electoral Act. That is the big headlines on the Daily Trust papers. Parties moved against Electoral Act. Another headline there says, Obi had no basis contesting 2023 presidential election. 2027 presidential election, Justice Salami. You get that on page 10 on the papers. Another headline there says, what federal government can do to break down petrol costs. You get that also on the Daily Trust papers. Another headline there says, 11 died in Ogun Oyo Bauchi road crashes. You get that also on the papers. Okay, moving on. 2027 Labour Party zones presidential ticket to South. You also get that on the Daily Trust papers this morning. What to know about new HIV prevention injection. You get that on page 8 on the papers. U.S. to send thousands of soldiers to Middle East. You also get that on the Daily Trust papers. Another headline that says, cult remains El-Rufai in ICPC custody, fixes March 31st for bail hearing. All right, these are the headlines on the Daily Trust newspaper. Do well to grab a copy and go through them. Okay, we'll quickly take a look at the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. The Nigerian Tribune newspaper, the big headline there says, parties wants indirect primaries restored. You get that on page 2 on the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. A writer says, insist on amendments to Electoral Act. Another writer says, as INEC's updated guidelines review party resignation, measure the resignation campaign expenses. You get that on page 2 on the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Police confirm 2 dead as Mack trucks break fails in Ibadan, crushes tricycle. You get that on page 26 on the papers. Another headline there says, 2027 Oil PDP candidates to emerge April 8, Makinde. Get that on page 5 on the papers. Writer says, automatic tickets given to serving reps, first-term assembly members. You get that also on page 5. Another sub-writer says, governance says we won't leave PDP. Another writer says, only 51 candidates from 2027 polls. A writer says, final decisions on platform to be made April 15th at stakeholders meetings. You get that on page 5 on the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Okay, another headlines on the paper says, called reminds El-Rufai bill application hearing for March 30th. 31st. You get that on page 3. A sub-writer says, Son leads supporters to Kaduna court in show of solidarity. You get that on page 3 on the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Okay, another headline on health says, meningitis outbreak worsen in southern Nigeria, NCDC. You get that also on page 4 on the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. I'm doing to grab a copy and I'll go through them. The next paper would be looking at is the Punch newspaper. The Punch newspaper this morning. The big headline newspapers, Peter Penance, Wike chair. You get that on page 2 on the Punch newspaper. You get that on page 2. A writer says, factional rifts continue amid reconciliation talks. Wike block allocates NWC positions by consensus. You get that on page 2 on the Punch newspaper. That is the 2027 polls. Another headline there says, Dangote NNPC deal hits turbulence over crude shortfall. You get that on page 21 on the Punch newspaper. Another headline there says, parties warn INEC rolls quotes Crew 2027 polls. You get that on page 7 on the Punch newspaper. Nigerians out of school crisis demands $345 million yearly. Alausa. You get that on page 16 on the Vanguard newspaper. Okay, another one says ICPC alleges El-Rufai pocketed 289 million naira to 707,900 illegally. That on page 20 on the Punch newspaper. UK returning 4 others die in Ogun Highway tragedy. You get that on page 4 and also on page 5 on the Punch newspaper. Headline there says, EFCC evict Malami family from Abuja mansion. You get that on page 7 on the Punch newspaper. Do also grab a copy, and go through them. Also still on the papers review this morning, let's take a look at the next papers. The Nation newspaper, the big headline on the Nation newspaper says, APC, no threat to convention. A writer says, aspirant sues party. Another one says, Zona Congresses held. You get that old Nation. And there says, Nigeria to become competitive in global trade with a single window. You get that on page 7 on the Nation newspaper. El-Rufai to explain 579 million naira severance pay. You get that on page 3 on the Nation newspaper. Another headline that says, Labour Party zones presidential ticket to South shifts conventions. You get that on page 3. Labour Party zones presidential ticket to South shifts convention. Get that on page 3. Another headline there says, Justice Salami fault mode of picking Supreme Court justice. You also get that on page 4 on the Nation newspaper this morning. Another headline there says, Oyo Deputy Governor resigns from federal job for governorship bid. You get that on page 3 on the papers. Another one says, blackouts, NISO releases 2,793 MW to 11 discos. You get that also on the Nation newspaper this morning. Let's take a look at the next papers. Let's take a look at the Daily Independent newspaper. The big headline on the Daily Independent newspaper says, capital goes where there is value. Nigeria has value. Ojulari. That is on the Daily Independent newspaper. Another headline there says, 150 billion debt. Contractors threatening to disrupt APC convention. You get that on page 29 on the Daily Independent newspaper. Another headline there says, majority of Nigerian jobs are informal, unproductive. Shatima. You also get that on the papers, the Daily Independent papers this morning. Another headline there says, federal government unveils national single window to tackle poor delays, boost efficiency. You also get that on the papers this morning. Another headline there says, 150 billion naira debt, contractors threatening to disrupt APC convention. You get that on page 29 on the papers. Zenith Bank names Kennedy as executive director. You get that on page 29 on the Daily Independent newspaper. Another headline there says, Nigeria may lose Borno Northeast to terrorists. Dume warns. You get that on page 7 on the Daily Independent newspaper. Another one says, 2027, INEC unveils drafts regulations guideline for political parties. You get that on page 29 on the Daily Independent papers this morning. Ministers apologizes to Nigerians over persistent power outage. You get that also on the papers. A writer says, sees improvements in supply in 2 weeks. Another one says federal government ramping up generation to 6,000 MW before year end. You also get that on the paper this morning. NCDC raises the alarm over worsening meningitis cases in North. You get that on page 6 on the Daily Independent newspaper this morning. Okay, like I said earlier, do well to grab a copy and go through them. Let's take a look at the last papers for today, which is the Daily Sun newspaper. The Daily Sun papers, the big headline there says, APC Convention Committee clears Ajibola Duru. You get that on page 6 and also page 20 6 on the papers. A writer says others also get a nod to contest parties' positions. Another writer says aspirants institute 100 million naira suit against parties. You get that on the Daily Sun papers. Another headline there says 2027, Labour Party wants field Northern presidential candidates. You get that on page 6. A writer says throws door open for interesting aspirants. You get that on page 6. Do well to grab a copy. Another headline there says World Bank, why poverty reduction efforts not working in Nigeria. You get that also the papers. Another headline there says Nigerian worse off than in 2023. Baba Ahmed tells Tinubu. You get that on page 6 on the papers this morning. Insecurity, Southwest stakeholders meet in Abeokuta. You get that on page 4 and also on page 26. A writer says federal government plans civilian demeaning teams to tackle IAD's threats. You get that on page 4 and also on page 26 on the papers. Okay, another headline that says federal government target March 31st reopening of Enugu-Onitsha Expressway. You get that on page 25 on the papers this morning. Okay, 4 die in Ijebu-Ode-Ore Expressway crash. You get that on page 4. A subwriter says 1 killed, others injured as tanker crushes tricycle in Ibadan. This is all we've got on the Daily Sun. Do well to grab a copy and, go through them. Thank you for joining on the papers review this morning. I am Marcelina Nkwa. We're still on CMI. We would be handing over to our Benin Network studio where Evans is on standby for the continuation on CMI. Just stay with us.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us on the program this morning on ITV. Now, we did say that we are going to be looking at what INEC did yesterday having a stakeholders meeting with political parties and also discussing the framework for next year's election, unveiling the electoral, frameworks and all that. And to discuss this with us this morning, we are so privileged to have a foremost political analyst in Edo State. And if you like, the former chairman of Labour Party in Edo State, Kelly Ogbaloy, is our guest this morning. Mr. Kelly Ogbaloy, very good morning to you.
Good morning, thank you for having me.
Mr. Kelly Ogbaloy.
Good morning, thank you for having me.
Okay, all right, thanks for being, for joining the program again. I mean, for being there on the program. And I have my co-anchor, Wisin Omasho, here with us too. Now, Mr. Kelly Ogbaloy, the framework for next year's election is what INEC unveiled yesterday to the political parties. And of course, we understand that what this implies is that the political parties are expected to follow this framework so that at the end of the day, the political parties will be ready for the election. Now, we're going to be analyzing the contents of this, framework, even as this discussion goes on this morning. But you tell us now, from the look of things, I mean, I was perusing one of the papers a while ago, and I saw some of the major political parties still having leadership problem as we speak now. PDP, is having leadership problem. And we also understand that the ADC is also having leadership problem. Then we also saw some allegations, that have been making rounds how some, politicians are alleged to be imposed as candidates even in the APC, that's the All-Ruling Progressives Congress in the country. Now, the electoral framework, all these are not supposed to be there anymore. That's what INEC is, telling the political parties. Now, you tell us, from the look of things now, do you think the political parties are ready for next year's election with all these gamut of issues, problems here and there?
Well, before I answer that, let me correct that my introduction was not exactly as would have been required. It would have been better to put the outgoing chairman of Labour Party Edo State instead of former, because there is no substantive chairman so far as pronounced. So I wish you correct that.
Okay, we apologize for that. The outgoing chairman of Labour Party in Edo State. So, can you attend to the question now?
Yes. Yes, I cannot. Yeah. Well, of course, there have been, issues. There have been issues in all the political situations in Nigeria from time to time. There's no at any one point in time that it has eased up. So every political party has its peculiar cases of unsettlement. That will not translate to say that political parties are not ready for elections in 2027, as far as I'm concerned. But it would rather be advised that with the current outcoming of INEC on these guidelines, we should go back home, readdress ourselves, and show a perfect adherence to this guideline, so that our situation as a people in Nigeria, as politicians and government, can be better improved, that can compete, or rather be well recommended in the committee of other countries that are also involved in political, exercises. Comparatively, we must be able to be called to say, well, this system or this act this political act is something that can be described as good. But however, we cannot say because of all of this that probably have been happening within the political parties, it tends to show clearly that we will not be ready for next year's 2027 elections. It is still quite a number of time, as far as I'm concerned, that whatever troubles any political party may have now, there is the tendency to be able to reconcile the squabbles before 2027. This is my take on that question.
All right, Obaloy, thank you so much for being a part of this show. But I have one question. What is the political parties and a flagrant disregard of INEC guidelines? How come political parties find it so difficult, especially in Nigeria, to stick to INEC's guidelines pertaining various elections?
For quite a number of time, INEC itself has not properly proved itself. So there is a tendency, therefore, for political party to agitate when there are certain tendencies from the part of INEC to hoodwink political party to accepting certain regulations that will not be of the intended intentions of the people who participate in politics in Nigeria. So to me, INEC itself have to do of itself so that at all times when regulations or pronouncements are made, there will be total adherence. The current disagreement or inability to adhere is because of the suspicion that INEC itself is not coming up with what everyone in the society politically can take as serious.
Now, when you say that the suspicion is that INEC is not, coming up, I mean, what everybody expects, exactly what do you mean?
What I mean that if you check, of course, if you check taking us back now to the practices of INEC over time, you will agree with me completely that there are situations where, of course, we're told one thing and the other was done. The previous elections were told that, of course, results will be transmitted electronically. And, of course, what did we get at the end of the day? They were not transmitted. Some of the experiences Labour Party particularly had in that election of 2023. These are still fresh in our memory. And you can say it over and over again. You find out that there are reasons for us to be very, very suspicious of INEC.
All right, now you being suspicious of INEC, you get to realize that during the last election that brought to this administration, your party, Labour Party, was among the political parties also that violated INEC's guideline in terms of campaign. Now, what do you have to say about that?
I doubt very seriously if you say that my party violated some of the guidelines of INEC. You would rather be more specific, because I do know that as far as we are concerned, we did what was appropriately required. And that is why you could see, especially in Edo State, the performance of Labour Party was excellent. And of course, we won by over 70%. So I wouldn't understand clearly what you mean by we also violated some of the regulation of INEC at that time.
In terms of campaign, the time duration for campaign, of course, the allegations of imposition of candidates during your own time. But right now, someone said that what led to the troubles you're having in your party is because of this same issue of imposition. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I doubt very clearly whether there was an imposition of any candidate. But there can be arguments, there can be mistakes, there can be reasons for why such opinion became, came up in the minds of people. But I doubt whether any candidate was imposed, as far as Edo State was concerned, because we fought that to ensure that the candidate required for a particular position was the candidate we featured.
Mr. Kelly Ogbaloy, while you were, you corrected us on this program that we should address you as outgoing chairman of Labour Party in Edo State. I mean, for me and for most of us in the media, we thought that you were the former chairman of Labour Party in the state, but you said we should address you as the outgoing chairman. Now, that seems to bring us to what we are looking at within the political space. I mean, a situation whereby some politicians seem not to have decided where they belong to. I mean, we're talking about next year's election that is just, you know, some few months away. So if we have this kind of situation, then of course we ask again, do you think that politicians are ready for the election?
But why not? Why not? I still do not agree that politicians are not ready for the election, because we must disagree and agree. And in the process of doing that, it does not suggest that people are not ready. It's politics. It's a struggle, and we must be able to align and realign over time. So it cannot be conclusive or on the basis of that to say we are not ready for election. I do not think so. But I think appropriately I have mentioned what it is from our perspective. And that's why I said to you, well, you would have known it better than us, really. Whatever it is, like I said, there will always be, you know, this give and take in every political exercise. Consequently, therefore, it does not in itself translate to just that conclusion that, oh, as a matter of fact, the people are not ready. Supposing you find it different after now, people get reconciled and they fall in line and win election. I tell you an example. Peter Gregory Obi came to Labour Party around June 2022. And by 2023, if you count it, it's quite a simple time frame, and we're able to show that performance we showed. Therefore, I do not think that these disagreements that we are managing is enough to say we are not ready for the elections in 2027.
All right. You said that politicians are ready. Let's zoom into your own political party, stemming from the fact that you said that politicians are ready. Now, if you guys are ready to abide by the guidelines, how come Labour Party as it stands right now and be able to pinpoint or finger, have an inclination of who to represent them come 2027 election? We are talking about nationwide, we're talking about state, we're talking about House of Rep, even House of Assembly.
Well, I am afraid if you say Labour Party have not been able to pinpoint who to represent them, I wonder how many political parties have actually shown who is representing them, whether in the general election, and I mean presidency, National Assembly, House of Assembly, as you mentioned. I don't know how many.
No, Kelly, you said politicians are ready to abide by the guidelines. So I have to zoom in into your own political party. If they are ready, let's take your own party for instance. How come you just can't say XYZ is coming out for Labour Party President, House of Reps, Senate across the country?
Well, I think you are not a politician yourself. So every political party works with strategy. So if we are not telling you who is to represent Labour Party, it's not sufficient to say we are not ready for the election. Of course, we are working towards that, and it's not late. There is no guideline that says at that moment, if we don't pinpoint who is to represent us, therefore we are cut off. So to insist that it will mean non-readiness for the election is not correct.
My co-anchor, Wilson Omasho here, he was trying to make a case for the party that you are leaving, the Labour Party, that what transpired during the last presidential election seems to be repeating itself. I mean, what would you make of the situation whereby already we have billboards of, I don't want to say candidates now, because for the political parties, like you also said, they have not been chosen as candidates. But from the look of things, it seems that those persons would eventually emerge as the candidates of these political parties. I mean, the billboards are so conspicuous almost, in strategic places. I mean, if you go through the streets of Benin, you'll find some of these large, bold billboards of these personalities, signifying interest, people calling them to run for the presidential election and for other elections. I mean, this is against the INEC guideline that we're talking about, because as far as INEC is concerned, it is not time for, for campaign yet. So what would you say about this kind of situation?
Well, of course, I'm afraid whether Labour Party itself has published any billboard so far for that. I have not also captured completely that infringement, but I will agree with you that if that is not the stipulation of INEC in that guideline, then it's wrong. So it therefore means that such political parties should correct themselves. But I think you cannot leave this to Labour Party as of today.
All right, now zooming out of Labour Party, or from Labour Party, talking about the political parties, one of the guidelines of INEC is all about the amount of money stipulated for presidential election, governorship election, you just name it. But it seems like political parties in Nigeria seems to jettisoning that particular ceiling of the amount of money stipulated for electioneering campaign, or all the process that involves election. And what do you think should be done about this? It cuts across all political parties, depends on the money back present in these political parties.
Well, what happens there is that you are speaking in for your perspective, but what is the perspective of INEC? So
I'm just asking the question.
For such cases, so that's the point, sir. Where there is an infringement, there should be punishment for it. If it is investigated to and it's confirmed that such culpability happened. So we cannot continue to sing it. If there are such cases, the INEC should be fair enough to say, when you breach this regulation, therefore you political party 1, 2, 3 will be punished accordingly. So if INEC is not doing that, then who else should do so? Should we just continue to sing it like we are doing here? So these are regulations. One expects that when they are infringed upon, the law should cut off with those who committed the crime.
But the question is, who is to enforce this law? Because there is a time frame, there is a money limit, so who is to enforce the law?
Well, if INEC enacted a regulation and that regulation is blasted, then the INEC should take it up.
INEC should take it up. So how are they going to take it up? Do they have the means of taking on political parties with deep pockets? Because the rule are meant to be abided. Because right now, as it stands right now, it's like in Nigerian politics, who have the deepest account or the fattest account seems to be the person that really, I want to put it now, be in front of everything, in the sense that in Nigerian politics today, money seems to be the utmost. If you have enough money, you have the power, definitely you can choose to jettison the law. Why is that happening in our politics?
Well, what I can get from your question is that how is INEC going to do that? Of course, I'm not INEC, and I think INEC should know how to deal with situations where their regulations are not operated strictly as in the sentence of that regulation. So for me, it's not for I and you to begin to proffer solution for how INEC will deal with its own problem. But I will insist to say the laws are made, and from time to time you find that there are fragments here and there, and there are also a situation made to say, if this is differing upon this is what we will do. So the question is that those who are to do it have not been doing it, and that is why you find out that there is a persistent occurrence of violations of regulations and codes and conduct. So for me, you are not INEC, I'm not INEC. We are talking here now, and if there are observed situations where indeed laws and regulations guiding elections and all of that, of course, are seen not to be adhered to, then there should be an organ of government that will recognize that and bring those concerns to book.
Okay, now let's talk about the continuous voters registration, because it is also an activity that is supposed to come before the election. I mean, we are looking at preparation to the election, hence these new rules, these new guidelines, if you like, these new reversed laws that INEC is talking about. Now, one of the expectations of INEC is that political parties should ensure that their supporters are duly, registered. But there seems to be a nonchalant attitude. I mean, if you were to take the database of the ongoing voter registration exercise, it's not encouraging. Now, don't you think that political parties seems not to be doing what they're supposed to be doing at this time?
Well, I will not speak on other political parties, but I can tell you that the Labour Party is involved and is registering massively as of today. But it's not going to be possible for me to know what ADC or any other political party, PDP has said to me. I don't know what they are doing right now. But as far as Labour Party is concerned, we are registering.
All right, now let's take a look at the aspect of on-time transmission of result or on-the-spot transmission of result. There's a caveat in that particular issue that can be done manually if maybe they had issues with electronic transmission of the result for us to really get to know what's happening in a particular unit. So what's your angle on this?
Can you come with that question again? Sorry.
The on-the-spot transmission of results, that's another part of this INEC guideline. Remember that it caused some ruckus even in the National Assembly when some youth and Nigerians came out to say, no, we need it. It needs to be effected, but there is a caveat to it in the sense that if it doesn't work, they can go manual. What is your angle to this?
Well, my angle is that, you see, the technology required in our system to perform optimally, especially in political matters, have not been there. As I speak with you right here now, we'll be struggling with network on this phone. I have to reposition myself over and over again to be able to convert to discuss with you right now. So if we have such impediment, it will be difficult to go straight line on certain decisions. So therefore, if we have a caveat to say where the system fails, we have a fallback to say do this. I don't think that should not be allowed to fly. So for me, whatever plans you make, you must be able to say, well, should this plan not work as planned, then I must be able to do this. What is important is that the objective at the end of the day is met. So if you ask me, I think it is proper to say we will go electronically to transmit results as fast as we can by the provision of that system. But where it fails, however, we do this to ensure that the system itself do not entirely fail. This is my take.
Okay. Now, Kelly Ogbalo, I don't know if you may just oblige us because you said you are the outgoing chairman of Labour Party in Edo State. Now, rumors making around, you suggest that you may also defect to the ADC, that's the African Democratic Congress. Now, we are giving you the opportunity now to maybe debunk that rumor and maybe, approve such a rumor. I don't know how you may feel about that.
Well, very honestly, my brother, I am a Labour Party man as we speak right here. And I hope to continue to be, as far as I'm concerned. There are no intentions to defect to ADC, and I made it clearly. There have been defections, in droves to ADC for some times and other political parties. As bad as it will be in our case in Labour Party today, because we have our own fair political troubles, we remain where we are.
Yeah, Kelly, we can barely hear you.
All right, I think we're having some connectivity issues there. Now, Wilson Omasho, just like Kelly Ogbalo was trying to explain, that he's still with the Labour Party and all that. But the question that we ask to that is that what is going to be what would Labour Party come out with in this presidential election? Because we've seen a situation whereby even the former presidential candidates of Labour Party. I mean, Peter Obi has since left the Labour Party and he's now with the ADC. So if the likes of, Kelly Ogbalo is not a small politician in Edo State. So if the likes of Kelly Ogbalo still remains in Labour Party, so the big question we ask is that what will come of the Labour Party at the presidential level? Are they looking at maybe trying to get somebody else to represent them in the presidential election?
I think that's the question Kelly should answer. I believe it's online listed. Kelly, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. At the time.
All right, now the question Evans is putting across to you as it stands right now. You said you're not going to decamp from the Labour Party. Now, what is the prospect of you having a candidate knowing fully well that, like the PDP, you have cumbersome issue in your party?
Well, I think I have answered this question before. And I said very clearly that no political party is isolated from internal problems and, of course, even external problems, because it's the competition, it's a struggle. If you are not having internal problems, there can be external ones that can be inflicted on you by even competing other political parties. That is very clear. But I'm saying that as far as to that extent, Labour Party is unyieldy, is firm, is solving its problems as it were, and the firmness to ensure that the challenges are surmounted is to the effect that we should be able to provide what it needs, what it needs, our people needs to be able to participate in our political party to contest election 2027. So we will make normal presentation, but as we speak now, we're trying to ensure that all that is needed to be done is being carried out. So the fear that Labour Party will not provide a candidate for the election is not correct. However, I think if it is part of the question that one of our foremost leader, Peter Gregory Obi, left Labour Party. Well, it's fine, because at every point in time, a politician must be able to fit away his own personal strategies, his interests, and consider to make a change. And I'm sure that is what Obi had done. And that does not in any way decline, diminish, the prospect of Labour Party participating like any other political party in 2027.
But as they say that no Peter Obi, no Labour Party, how true is that?
Well, those are personal assumptions. Those are personal assumptions. So if you say there's no Peter Obi and there's no Peter Obi, there's no Labour Party, anybody can say anything. But I think it's a wrong assumption, because Labour Party existed before Obi came. And before Obi came, we had won elections. Before Obi came, the party was not deregistered. People were there. This is not to say Obi is not a factor in Labour Party. However, he has tried so much and in fact, put the fire more aglow when it came to Labour Party. But you cannot say the defection of an individual, portends the eventual collapse of a political party. It's not happening. You can comparatively look at this and see that all political parties have been existing, no matter the titans that were there at any particular time, of their existence. So for me, Obi is a good man. We would have needed to keep him if we were able to keep him. But to say that without him, Labour Party does not live is not correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Kelly Ogbalo, we may seem to have, highlighted some of the contents of the new guidelines, the revised guidelines that INEC has put forward to the political parties. I mean, campaigns are not supposed to be going on right now, even with fine billboards and all that. And of course, political parties should ensure that between now and a certain time, they would have gotten candidates and all that. But we've seen, quarrels, squabbles, political squabbles within the political parties. And the fear is whether these political parties will be able to settle this quarrel so that they come up with, candidates before that election. Now, away from that now, because the laws that we are talking about now, this framework we're talking about now, they are a kind of a submission of the electoral amendments that we saw recently. Yeah. And one major one that we take away from it is the transmission of the election results. Finally, INEC, finally the National Assembly came up with to say that, okay, there's going to be an improviso, a condition on the account that the real-time transmission fails. Then, of course, the manual collation will have to be resorted to. Now, for the All-Ruling Progressives Congress, there seems to be comfortable, I may not be right, but from what we've seen, from the body language of the All-Ruling Progressives Congress and the APC, they seems to be comfortable with this. Now, what is your take about, the fears of other political parties? Maybe, even if you've not told us in the party that you may want to go to, what is your take about the concern of other political parties in this regard? Kelly Ogbaloy.
At the moment, and it's not immediately contemplated. So let's get that straight. I will not be able to speak on the chairs of other political parties. What could happen if the system, if the transmission of results electronically, and of course the backup, as stated by INEC, and of course the National Assembly, do not carry out exactly the desire they would have preferred. But fears are possible. Fears are possible, but we have to encourage ourselves and surmount it. Because if everybody in the system perform according to the rules, and political parties, sit back to operate the rules as given, I think we will have no problem as far as I'm concerned. So, but it is when we who are in the system fail to do what is right that you can begin to see that. So there's no law that is made that will not be operated by the people. The failure of that law will also mean that the people did not appropriately run that law or rule properly. Because if you say, of course, we go to physically now transmit, why can't we even do that properly? Who says physically transmitting result cannot work well? Who says so? It is because of our own personal involvement, this undue determination to win elections at all costs have been the problem. So it is that some will be comfortable with what is there, some will be uncomfortable. You can't take that away.
All right, now let's take a look at the aspect of underage registration and, of course, voting. Some people, like said, at the North, allegedly have been fingered for being involved in this kind of act whereby you get to see underage voters. Even the political parties being a card-carrying members of XYZ political parties. How can this be checked?
Well, it also boils down to us. If you ask me how can it be checked, I have said here earlier that the instrument to check wrongdoings in the society, they are there. It is when they are left unused that you have problems. So I will also say that those who are saddled with responsibility of checking this kind of misbehavior within our political terrain should agree to come forward and use that law within them to say, you have air here, you have air here, so we will punish for it. So it is not for me and you to be able to profile now, say when to profile and say, oh, when this and this happen, this is what you must do, because the safeguards are already there. That if you do one thing that is against this must happen. They are there in the statute book. So why are they not being implemented? For me, if anybody commit crimes against any standard regulation of running a system, they should be punished, and there are agencies for it.
All right, so the campaigns, some of the guidelines is that there is a stipulated amount that one of the contents of the guidelines now is that there should be a stipulated amount of money that political parties are supposed to run their campaign with. Now, the party at the center has always been in a vantage position, even maybe at the expense of other political parties. Now that seems to give a more advantage to the party at the center. It's been a recurrent experience in our politics, in our elections over the time. Now, do you see this next year's election different? Maybe that political parties may just hack in to the expectation of INEC that, okay, the campaign should be within a certain amount of money so that we don't overbloat or, the issue of buying of elections is around the corner and all that, so that we don't overbloat the system, so that we don't monetize the system, anymore.
But I do know that there has always been a stipulation of what a political party can spend for AYD campaigns. There has always been. INEC has always brought that, to notice. There are documents to that effect. So it's not going to be a new thing now, which I think we have to talk about. What we can discuss is that one such amount, as it has always been stipulated by INEC, it should be adhered to, and INEC monitor to the letter to ensure political parties do not overstep it.
All right, well, my last question for this particular discourse segment is, there are rules and regulations, you call them guidelines by INEC. I'm not seeing anyone stand to be corrected, apprehended for violating INEC's guideline in course of election, vis-a-vis amount of money being spent on political parties. You get to see some political parties going above the ceiling. You get to take a look at campaigns also, billboard. Many political parties, I will last say a few of them, out of all the political parties that we have in Nigeria, they violated this rule time to that number, time and time again. No one has been held liable. If you take a look at also underage voting, party registration, you get to realize that Nigerians, many of them, are found of violating INEC's guidelines without consequences. Can one not deduce that these guidelines are just there for sure, because whenever it's violated, no one is held accountable?
Well, you have answered the question as well, that if there are violations and they are not attended to as required, then of course it means that we do not intend to check, in discipline within the society. And of course, you can see it clear that so many things has happened that requires to be dealt with. When crimes are committed and the people are not brought to book, then what do you say about that? It therefore means that people go on committing the crimes over and over again because they are aware, I believe, show that, well, even when the crime is committed, nobody is going to ask you for it. So we have to encourage ourselves and go on this advocacy to begin to drum it so that the required department of government that have this responsibility to do will continue to hear us, and that we are saying they are not doing their job.
All right, so before we let you go, this election we're talking about now, next year's election, is going to be the first major general election that the new INEC boss, Professor Joash Amopitan, is going to be, conducting. Now, we are talking about enforcing these guidelines. I mean, a lot of persons are watching. They want to see how he succeeds, his tenure. What would you want to suggest for him? His ability to enforce these guidelines. How would you want to suggest that to him?
Well, what is to be suggested is clearly that the guidelines have been formulated, published, and handed over. He should watch them closely and watch those who are to operate these guidelines closely, and ensure that any defect is brought to book as early as possible and dealt with. This is my suggestion. There's no other suggestion that we'll give. The rules are there, and once they are not followed, then you should act. Then we must be disciplined to ensure that what we say we do. In this country, we say one thing, we make certain laws, and we do the other. That has been the pain, that has been the problems we have had here. So if I have a lot of confidence in the new INEC boss. I have a lot of confidence, but I hope that it should prove that more by ensuring that when you say don't do this and it is done, then you are able to do the needful without bringing in undue or undescribed sentiments or certain coloration, because it's an independent body who should be able to do its business independently as well. So for me, I suggest that it should be consulted to ensure that the points are taken by point. What is wrong, deal with it accordingly. What is right, deal with it accordingly.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Kelly Ogbalo, I want to say a very big thank you. I mean, joining us on the program today, despite a very tight schedule. I want to say thank you. So we do hope that when we call you again, you'll be able to answer to our call so that we can have more issues discussed here.
It is my pleasure. Thank you so very much.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So that has been Kelly Ogbalo, you know, the outgoing chairman
of Labour
Party.
Okay, use what factional.
Yeah.
Factional. We have two now.
Okay.
According to reports.
Yeah. You see, Winston Marshall, all these are the issues that INEC is so concerned about, hence these guidelines. Because INEC is looking at a situation whereby all the political parties should be prepared. I mean, issues, around the party seems not to be in one form. I mean, it should not be at all, because at the end of the day, we're going to have a post-election crisis. Candidates, aspirants or candidates going to courts and all that. So we just wish all the political parties the best of luck, even as they prepare for the election.
If you take a look at the situation, someone like saying that we are in trouble when you talk about election coordinating or, the electionary at seats. In fact, it's like Nigerians are not really ready to have free, fair, credible election. It goes beyond INEC. INEC will be blaming politicians. Politicians will be blaming the political party in power. And the political party in power will blaming the cities. Like, a vicious circle. They just keep on going on and on. Now, how can you be an institution? You bring forth a guideline, and if that guideline is violated, no one is being punished.
You can't do
How
anything.
is it going to work? Yeah. They tell you, look, ours is just to bring the guidelines. We are not the enforcers. So who are those to enforce this rule? Even the ruling party, political party, they are not clear of this saying. It's like saying they're robbed from all political parties because they're involved in the same thing. You be like, okay, fine, you have X, Y, Z number of the total campaigning. What are we saying here right now? The ruling party, they're violating the rule. Yes, they are due to the massive love, according to them, for Mr. President. And Mr. President is not saying anything about it. The political parties right now, they are following suit. So tell me, how will INEC now operate?
Yeah, if you ask, I'm not the spokesman of Mr. President, but if you probably ask Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he may tell you that he's not even aware of those billboards.
Of course, we are never aware. But you keep seeing the billboards, you keep seeing it, you just keep seeing the signs, everything, radio, TV, social media, vote for X, Y, Z.
We must also say the truth, because some of those billboards we see in town, I mean, at the end of it, you find inscription are supported by X, Y, Z. You don't find the inscription
anyone
that,
can. There is a billboard supported by X, Y, Z. How come INEC would send their own enforcers to bring down those billboards if they are ready for business? You bring it down and you sanction the party involved. How many of them are sanctioned? None. That is where we are in right now, because it's so disturbing. If you want free, fair, credible election, it starts from the top straight to the bottom. The umpires, the citizens, all must be involved. But in Nigeria, the question now is, who would want a free, fair, credible election when you know that the people might not even need you again in power? So you have to do everything possible to make sure that you either retain power or grab power. In Nigerian politics, it's all about retention of power or grabbing power forcefully. These are the two forces militating against Nigerian politics from us having free, fair, credible election. If you are there, you want to retain it. If you're not there, you want to grab it. How is it going to work? They call it by all means necessary. Either hook, crook, whatever they want to do. That is just where we are today, and it's not healthy for our democracy.
Anyway, like what we said, that ITV is not a political party.
Yeah, it's not. We are not.
You know,
we are
so
not.
we don't have any interest, no political interest. Our responsibility is to dissect the issues and win a break, most especially when they are not. When we just see them that this shouldn't be. I mean, like what Wilson has been emphasizing, a situation whereby you see a particular political parties adorning the streets, major streets with political flyers already. That is political campaign, and that's against INEC's regulation, because as it stands now, INEC has not lifted the ban on campaign. So there's no way that those kind of flyers, billboards should be seen anywhere. Anyway, so we'll go over to Abuja now, where my colleague right there is waiting for his segment. Abuja, a very good morning to you this morning.
He talks about it. There is nothing he does that he will not talk about it. And say, these people, they should not come to this state. This state must be safe. People must be able to go to their farm. Economic movement has to be in place. And I'm happy that he has the people at that. And guess what? He pays salary regularly. So if you are working, by the time it's end of the month, you receive your salary. While I was working there, I received my salary. Okay, and then I also I also asked others, like, how is that, or is general, is everybody? If you are getting what you work for, you'll be able to plan, and then you'll be able to do much more. And then from there, it reduces a lot of crime.
You said something in the line of this conversation, which is very critical, and it has to do with the fact that one of the challenges that also, one of the problems or the major cause of insecurity has to do with inequality, and also lack of job opportunity. How do you think this can be tackled, inequality and opportunities for you?
You see, sociology has made it clear that inequality is also the foundation of conflict. And when resources that are harnessed from a particular geographic location and then the people don't benefit from it, that is what leads to crisis. Or take, for instance, me and you, we are working here. I am treated fairly, you are treated unfair. No matter what, you will be angry. So let us look at these areas where people are treated unfair. And let's balance it. And let us look at resources sharing, be able to balance it. I always tell someone, I said, what you owe, it is difficult for you to destroy. Now this phone belongs to you. If I want to pick this phone now and sit on the ground, you will not allow me to do that. The reason is because you owe. If we co-own this country together, where nobody feels cheated, I'm telling you, everybody will protect their interests. You have an interest. If you have an interest, you will protect it. The government should be looking at an angle where everyone. And today, I'm also happy with the fact that if you cannot further your education today, it is because you have chosen not to further your education. Because I have always believed in policy-driven nation. Because policy will outlive the individual. But I'm telling you, succor or supporting will not solve the problem. Today, if you gain admission into university, you can ask to pay your fees, get you educated. And this is actually very, very good for those who are seeing it in that light. If you don't have the information, find out about information. This policy will educate a lot of people. And let me tell you, one of the beauty of this sport is that when you are going for you and you are now I'm sure there are policies that is being worked on so that you will be able to get a job and then be able to repay this. And if they don't give you a job, you've already benefited. So policy-driven nations, I'm telling you, will sustain development for a very long time.
And that takes us to one issue has to do with relationship with the people at the top. Talking about COVID and that government. How we describe the relationship? Has they been able to help Kogi State to also feel trickle-down effect of what the effect is doing?
When this is actually a high profile questions, and then I would answer from the basis of information that is available to me.
Okay.
Now, if money is not to state governors, I am sure they do not be able to pay salary. So, to an extent, they are benefiting, and that is the reason why they've been able would help to put the country in good shape.
Interesting, right there. We've been talking with Honorable Zubairu Yusuf, of my President Special Assistant to Governor of Kogi State on road safety matters, and he also talked about the fact that road crashes also kill more people than bad. And that's really interesting, the fact that people don't pay so much attention to that. Is on community has been overwhelmed by some of the challenges. It's just quite drastic. There, the community were totally overwhelmed by security.
All right, thank you. So the program's still right there on your television this morning on ITV, and I still have my co-anchor here, Wilson Omaso. Now, Wilson, the effects of the fuel price going up high is telling on Nigerians. Now, a while ago, you and I were discussing off stage, you know, Aliko Dangote suggesting that Nigerians should be working from home. I mean, the last time we had that was during the COVID era, the COVID-19. That's about almost about 6-7 years ago now. Now, I don't know, for a country like ours that demands so much, you know, workforce ability and all that, I don't know whether that is really needed at this time. Don't you think that may be counterproductive?
Well, if you take into consideration right now, it's like we have to really make do with what we have. Aliko Dangote, the richest man in Africa, suggested that to Mr. President, saying from the way things are going right now, Nigerians may just adopt that work from home. But let me shock you. The issue in the middle is beginning to take shape, in the sense that a barrel of oil used to sell for $110 per barrel. Right now, it has come down back again to 100. Some are saying $85 per barrel. So things are like kind of beginning to take shape. The oil per barrel is beginning to reduce. That means it's going to trickle down to various nations of the world. Before that, what Aliko Dangote told Mr. President might just be what Nigerians should be gearing up for. Because if you look at transition hike, calculate your salary for a month for the salary earners that don't have cars. Even if you have car, can you fuel your car optimally to use for a week? If you calculate the amount of money, everything will just go into transportation, and that will not even all go well. So the best bet right now is for us to revert back to what we did during the era of COVID-19. Work from your house.
Now,
suggestion.
When we talk about work from home, I think it's only applicable to some certain workers.
Sure, yes, of course. Not broadcasters, not doctors, but there are some things also that can be done remotely from home. Even the time of COVID-19, some BBC broadcasters, they have their own studio in the house. They transmit from their houses. I saw the clips, I was just laughing. Yes, it can be done. But the thing is that, are we up to that level yet in Nigeria? The answer is a big no. So let's say some workers will be required to work from home, while others must be here. So companies should provide means of transportation for these essential workers, because bearing the brunt of paying exorbitant transport fare or filling your car with so much amount of money that can gulp your salary, that's what I call being counterproductive.
Now, when you talk about working from home, I think we also need to look at it, all that it involves. Take, for example, thank God, no doubt, we're in the era of technology. I mean, this time of joining programs virtually, like with you and I, we just had Kelly Ogbaloy virtually. He needed not to be here. That's one of it that we're talking about and all that. But we have a serious problem with power. That's a big problem. We have a serious problem with power. It's possible that Kelly Ogbaloy may have to have put on his generator this morning to be part of this program. Now, the big question is, how many Nigerians can afford that? Now, even if you may say that, okay, you don't have the issue of power and all that, now we're also beginning to have serious issues with the network providers. At times we see in some areas that networks are
material problems. It's crazy. It's
I
crazy.
mention the networks now, but you and I know that some of this
it cuts across all networks. All of them.
All these are issues. So even if we may consider to work from home, we also need to think about the bigger problem that Nigeria has. The big problem of power, and of course the big problem of network,
service providers,
connectivity, which also has to do with power, because most of these network providers, they need the electricity that you and I need for them to put their system, in use. So it is a big a problem, and I don't know where we can.
But I believe that within the next few weeks, things definitely take shape. I'm following international trend. Since the oil per barrel is dropping right now, things will definitely take shape. But my concern right now are these Shylock Nigerian traders, whether the petroleum industry, in our markets, transporters, you just name it. Now, just watch. If it should come down to $70 per barrel or $60 per barrel, be hearing something like old stock, because we don't have regulators. I don't know, why is it that Nigerians like punishing Nigerians?
Yeah, listen, but again,
why is it so?
You are correct, but again, you also need to understand, what business is like. I mean, take for example, traders that have increased the prices of their goods right now. You may not have to blame them, because this, I mean, what would you take
Evans, you blame them. No, hold on. You hold on. There is a hike in price, you have old stock.
Yes,
you don't wait.
Let me explain now. Now, what would you take of a pure water seller? A pure water seller that bought maybe a bag of pure water for 1,000 naira.
Okay.
Then he sells for 400 naira. He's not going to make profit.
Okay, hold on.
You understand? So that pure water seller may have also paid some money to get that pure water refrigerated. So he has to pay for all these things. So at the end of the day, you see that it is little or
Stop
no
making
profit.
excuses for these
It is
people.
not
What about the
excuse.
concept of old stock?
Yeah.
How come when you have old stock and there is a spike in price, you will not say, oh, let's go and get a new one first before we start selling this particular price. They start selling that same old stock. Now, when there's a crash in price, they say, no, we still have old stock. For how long are we going to continue like this?
Can I explain?
Yeah.
Can I explain quickly the old stock thing? Now, if you buy an item for 5 naira,
yes,
and they told you that it has been increased to 10 naira, so where the 5 naira between 5 naira and 10 naira, where do you get it from? So you have to increase to 10 naira.
That is the investment.
No,
you get the new stock and you sell for the new price.
No,
you still make your profit.
The difference between 5 naira and 10 naira, where do you get it from?
Okay, Evans, now if you understand the business,
so you have to increase from 5 naira to 10 naira so that you can buy that product again.
Evans, wait.
So that's the
I have no stock.
When fear sellers, when these fear marketers, when they tell you that they increase their price, even if they are selling from the old stock, it is because they have to adjust their price so that whatever they come up with, they can take it to wherever they're getting.
Do you deal on fear?
If I deal on fear,
do you sell fuel?
It's simple.
Because you are making excuses for them and that.
But it's explainable. It's explainable. Anyway, we have to join Mercy now in Lagos, where she's right. I think she's going to be explaining and discussing this legal Dangote, legal Dangote's position on working from home. Over to you, Mercy.
Many thanks for staying with us. We're still on TMI this beautiful morning on ITV. I am Marcelina Unkwo. And our guest today is Dr. Victor Ohai. He is a UN Humanitarian Ambassador. Doctor, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for coming.
Pleasure.
All right, so this beautiful morning, we're going to be talking about the intense political realignment ahead of 2027 election. There's a rising debate over the positioning of politicians as party primaries and realignment accelerates ahead of 2027 general election, with some lawmakers and political actors being caged by party structure. Discussions include political defections, strategic positioning, and how the parties like the All Progressive Congress, APC, and also the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and smaller parties, other parties like the ADC are gearing up for the next election. We are going to be looking at this actually would limit the factions to rival parties, restricts who can contest certain positions. I'm talking about the caged politicians, and also structuring parties' primaries to favor certain candidates, enforcing internal rules that constrain independent decisions making. Dr. Victor Ohai, let's talk about the factions and political realignment ahead of 2027 election. Why are the factions increasing? I know we are talking about this. It's a particular topic we've been talking over and over and over again, and it's still happening. The Zamfara state governor just defected, and he has been welcomed to the party. Why is it increasing by the day? 2027 is just by the corner, and a lot of persons are saying now it's not going to be APC with the opposition party. It's going to be APC with the people, with Nigerians.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, unlike what happens in other democracies, not even necessarily advanced ones, but in other democracies, party affiliation is hinged on ideologies, but that's not the case in Nigeria. You can tell who a conservative is in the UK or a liberal. In the US, the same thing. There are those who are, in the US, Democrats have always been so because of the leanings of the Democrats. You can tell those who are, in, what's the other party again now?
The ADC or PDP?
No, I'm talking about in the U.S. My mind just went blank. Yes. Okay, so so you find a situation where in this country, political parties and affiliations are based on, as we say, anywhere but left face. Now I'll explain what that means. You know, they're just special purpose vehicles for achieving people's ambition. So, which means that if you're in this party today, governor, if they don't give you the ticket, you look for the next party to hop onto. And so it's not an issue to the risks, AC, ACN, APC, and so on and so forth. You know, so a lot of them are just looking for platforms where they can contest. Now, because of that, you find a situation where right now, what is happening, let's use APC as an example. You know, when it was just PDP, everybody was like, there were those in opposition, but many were joining PDP because they felt they had a better chance of winning if they win at the primaries. Now, with what is happening with APC, you might say that's the case, but there's something that is not quite straight about what is happening there. If you're in government, you own the apparatchiks of security, information, and all that.
Okay.
While there is no clear proof about what I'm about to say, but I have a feeling that a lot of these politicians are not necessarily moving because they want to move. We have heard about, that one is clear, we have heard about inducements. Move, you will pay so much. Many of the governors. That one is not hearsay, but a lot of people have confirmed it. Then we have also heard about, we know of course of the famous, come and your sins shall be forgiven you. Okay. Now, that is what I really want to talk about when I talk about the apparatus security. Many of these have dirty leanings in their cupboard. And all those need to do is just show them a little bit of their duty and say, bro, see, but everybody, whether it went back, if you support us, we'll make sure you win your election. And so they will say, okay, they hop over there. And right now it's like we're moving towards a one-party state. Because all structures and all the other parties, there are those who will say, no, it's the fault of the people in those parties. I don't agree completely. It's not without help from outside. And with that kind of help, you don't need enemies. What kind of help am I talking about? Help in dismantling and destroying these other political parties. PDP is just a carcass of its old self right now. What's left of it? ADC, where most of them have moved to, has also been infiltrated. It's not, you know, it's not as stable as people are looking at it. When the primaries come now, things begin to unfold.
And now the ADC, they do not have a presidential candidate. They're just saying vote for ADC. We don't know yet.
No, well, they can't campaign yet, and you don't have a presidential candidate until you've done your primaries. So you may have hopefuls, aspirants, people you know would be interested in running. We know Atiku is interested in running for sure. Yeah. We know Amici is interested in running for sure. Peter will be until he moves, because I'm sure he will move.
To the ADC?
He will from ADC.
Okay, if he would
defend he will not contest in ADC. I can predict that. Take it from me and go to the bank for free. Until he moves, he's an aspirant also in ADC. So, when which is next month. We just by then we'll know who that's right. So they will come out and then we will see. Which other strong SDP is making noise, but SDP is like a party that is waiting for whoever fails anywhere else and still wants to contest. They will provide a platform for them.
We are open.
Exactly. You know, which other strong parties are there anymore? You know, so there are other parties, obviously. APGA, I don't know why, for whatever reason, Soludo, maybe in exchange for promises by the president, support me, I will support you, but I have to remain in APGA. We have now seen the details of the agreement. I will support you during the presidency, but just let me win my governorship. Okay, now he's saying that APGA will not produce a presidential candidate. And I'm wondering who gave him that right. APGA will not produce a presidential candidate. Yes, as the only governor, you can say he's the leader of the party and all that. But that doesn't even confer that power on him to decide whether anybody has the right to aspire under that platform or not. You as an individual can support the president. That's your prerogative, your right. But you cannot sit from where you are and say, APGA will not produce a presidential candidate. But basically, that's what I'm saying. Basically, what I'm saying is, you know, all the alignments and realignments are for selfish reasons and for reasons that we all solve these reasons which I've highlighted.
For selfish reasons. Okay, let's talk about the lawmakers. Lawmakers, they talked about caging politicians. I mean, we saw a few weeks back when the president says that those ministers that have it in mind to contest for a particular position is either they make their intentions known or make their intentions clear or they resign. I mean, do you think these politicians, most of them, do you think they are being caged?
It's not about being caged. It is what it is. You want
I mean, that is what the lawmakers said.
So it's not about being caged. If you want to contest, you can't remain in government and unless you are an elected official. But if you're an appointee, the same thing to do is to resign and then go and contest. You get what I'm saying? The issue of being caged, obviously, if you're an appointee, you are beholden to your principal. And there's very little that you can do. And as it is right now, if they're using the word caged, the apparatchiks of government are being used to cage a lot of people. They can't do too much, because when you talk, they come after you, one way or another. And so because of that, there's very little, if I understand you very well, that many of them can do, which is why they can't talk. Everybody is singing on your mandate we stand, because if you don't do it or wear the hat with the symbol, you are seen as an enemy, and that could put you in trouble.
Okay, let's talk about INEC. We know INEC has unveiled the 2027 election guidelines. The question is, are political parties adhering to the guidelines? I mean, we know that it's not yet time to campaign. Campaign hasn't started yet. I mean, you can start campaigning 150 days to election, and we'll be seeing different kinds of campaign. I saw on the internet yesterday a billboard of the president, his wife, and the son. And you know, a lot of persons were saying that. I thought it's just the president, I mean, that is ruling the country. Why is the wife's picture there, and why is the son's picture there? So would you say that the political parties, including the ruling party, they are actually adhering to the guidelines?
With my full chest, I'll say absolutely not. There's so much impunity. There are two sets of laws in this country. There's a law for those in authority, and then there's the law for other people. The law does not apply to those in authority. Look, I mean, it has never happened until this administration where people are campaigning outside the election cycle period. It has never happened. But see the impunity. Right, from the early part of last year, Abuja, along Airport Road, you started seeing billboards of the president, you see, and who will talk, unfortunately. And if others do it, then they cage them. If others do it, they go after them. Yeah. And yet, this is what you see all the time. And by the way, the office of the first son is very alive, very much alive in this regime. We used to talk about office of first lady, but the office of first son is very much alive now. Security men, security details for that office, everything that I don't even think governors have the privileges that the first son has. But that's what you see. I mean, there's so much
the
impunity
old City
now.
Boys movement.
Yeah, well,
stuff.
yes. So campaigns have started already. But
Exactly.
other parties cannot. If they do, they will come after them with the law. But the law does not apply, to the ruling party, obviously.
And why is it like that?
It's just impunity. They have no respect. I said there are two sets of laws. There's no respect for any. I mean, and this is without any prejudice to the party or anything. Looking at it, it's what we're looking at. It's what we're seeing, and it doesn't look right. This is nothing personal, nothing, but it just doesn't. What is wrong is wrong. It just is not right, because that's not. And anybody supporting this is not doing. Is anybody supporting this is right. Because the law is clear. When you can this is not right.
So, do you think if parties continue to manage outcome internally, will voters truly have the real choices in 2027?
I don't understand your question.
I'm talking about the parties. If parties continue to manage
parties have their own supposedly internal democracies, where people are not allowed, for instance, even so, the results don't matter. You can be the person that the God you cannot contest. When you do yes, so when that happens, the voters are left with choice. Maybe they have a choice. It's not the case like we have. And this is what offers.
But practice democracy in Nigeria.
In fact, I had a terminology. Yes, I don't know why I didn't even remember. I said time. I use the word forgotten. Democracy as
Senator Natasha and some other politicians, they are not in support of, let's still talk about defection. They're not in support of this defection stuff. She made mention, she said, if you've defected to another party, go to your party and see how you can make it work. I mean, go back to your party, according to her, and see how you make it work. Probably, so we would have, like the way it seems, it's just like the president. It's just, like I said earlier, the president against the people. If we are looking at other political parties, we are not, I don't know, maybe there are older opposition, maybe people that would come contest with the president. But the way it's standing now is just like it's APC, APC, APC.
So, there might be a vision. Yes, the president would not have, I don't think anyone would stand against him. He will be re-elected. He will get a mandate on a platter of gold. But what is going to happen, particularly at state levels, I don't understand. Because right now, first of all, it will be APC against APC. Because you have birds of diverse plumage within that setup right now. It's not even by ideology. It's not because they believe in APC or because of anything that they believe that brings all of them together.
All right.
What has brought them together is they all want to grab power.
Okay.
and they will fight to the finish.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Victor Ohai.
It's time already?
It's time already. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Nigerians, for joining our Lagos Network studio this beautiful morning. We're still on CMI. We would be handing over to our Benin Network studio for the continuation on CMI. I'm Marcelina Umkwa. Just stay with us. Another Wednesday morning, and it is CMI Socials, where we talk about trending stories on social media, and of course getting to hear people's reaction about a particular story. And I mean different people with their different with their different reactions. I am Marcelina, and our first story today, we saw a video where Aliko Dangote says Iran-US conflict is already causing hardship on people and government, and if not de-escalated, we may resort to work from home like in the COVID era. And this particular video has gotten a lot of people talking, like I said earlier, different people with a different reaction. Take a look at the video before we vote.
Is how much, you know, the world is a global village, and it definitely will affect us, unfortunately, you know, but we pray this situation will be sorted out. It's not going to escalate. If it doesn't de-escalate, we'll end up paying, you know, big prices. Like what I said earlier on to CNN. If you look at it today, you know, Africa is very busy paying debt, and putting this again on top of us is going to add, you know, add a lot of hardship on people, on the governments, on the people.
Interesting. Let's take a look at people's reaction about this video. All right, this person says, is Dangote now the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Information? Why is a private businessman the one forecasting national movement restrictions? It proves that the government has officially outsourced our future to one man. Let's take a look at another reaction. This other person said, the war is actually getting started. I heard no peace deal was reached out after they held a meeting. Let's take a look at another reaction. This other person, Mujisola, says, I do not understand though. Why is the war affecting Nigeria? After all, we already have crude oil and our own refinery. Is there something else people are not telling us? Okay, let's take a look at another reaction. This seems to make what is affect an oil-producing country like Nigeria. It is now obvious that Dangote is one of our major problems in the country. I feel some people still do not understand this whole thing. Let's take a look at another reaction. Chain Funded says, the pandemic showed us how quickly normal life can change. Situations like this raise the questions of who we really are if it happens again. Okay, that is for that. Let's take a look at another reaction. This other person says, since the Gulf is blown up, Britain and the rest of Europe are turning towards Africa for more energy supply of their survivor. It has nothing to do with Tinubu, but trust him, he will hijack it for political purposes. Dangote is making a lot of money right now, and so is Nigeria. Don't let anyone fool you. Let's take a look at, okay, that is all for that. Ernesto would be talking about is, we saw the video of the interview with a particular interviewer and Omotola Jolade, I mean the popular Omotola actress. You know, this particular video has made a lot of people talking. I mean, the guy came to interview Omotola and he was like, oh, my name is this and I'm here with, I mean, it got Omotola upset and she left. Some persons were saying she would have just mentioned her name. I mean, the interviewer did not mention Omotola's name. He was expecting Omotola to, you know, mention out a name, and she got upset and she left. And some persons were saying, it is very simple. I mean, you would have just mentioned your name. And while other persons were saying that, and would you ask the president for his name if you also interview the president? You would have just as well mentioned a name, because I mean, she's a legendary. And this particular video has caused a lot of persons, you know, different reactions from different persons. Let's take a look at the video before we go to the reaction.
2020, yeah. Or what are we miss? 2026, 2026, the dinner night. So I don't feel to. I'm here with, yeah, that is what I'm saying.
Yeah, who are you here with?
Yeah, your name, yeah.
Tell you my name?
Yeah,
You're not ready?
yeah, yeah, I know it, but I just want to know it. Yeah, alright,
I'm
sorry.
tired. Are you going to?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to do, yeah. Yeah, that is one. Okay, alright, let's do it.
Was it tensed? We don't know. Okay, let's take a look at people's reaction. This person says, is not a good journalist. You don't tell popular faces to introduce themselves. Can you tell the president to introduce himself? Okay, let's take a look at another reaction. We obviously saw that this guy isn't ready for what he's doing, but it's okay to think Omotola is feeling proud. I know feel laugh big. In 2026, make interviewer the talk in phrases instead of direct questions. I'm right here with, is that even a question or fill in the gap? Interesting. Let's take a look at another reaction. This other person, Fiala, says, people that are famous don't have to introduce themselves. To them, it is disrespectful to even ask them for their name. The interviewer should do better next time. Let's take a look at another reaction. All right, absolutely know what it says. Standard media practice is to introduce a guest yourself to avoid the exact awkwardness. Asking a veteran of 30 years, who am I here with, is already going to feel like a lack of preparation. Let's take a look at another reaction. This other person said, this is a very Gen Z way of starting an interview, and a Gen Z celebrity would have gone with the flow. But it wasn't the case here. Omotola is a legend. The least you could have do is introduce her after noticing that she wasn't going with the flow. Let's take a look at another reaction. My take on this is, the woman was rude, no doubt, but whatever you do in this life, you got to get aura. She noticed the dude was overexcited to have a chance to interview her, and she did what most women would do, try to feel superior. The nigga lacks composure and he no gets aura at all. Interesting. Okay, that is for that. Our last story today, we saw a video where Isaac Fayose reacted after sporting several posters of the president, Tinubu, alongside his wife, Remi Tinubu, and their son, Shey Tinubu, several locations in Lagos State. And of course, we also saw a video where Lega Miami reacted to Fayose. Okay, take a look at the video before we go to the reaction.
See waiting I see for Lagos. See waiting, you yourself, see waiting I see for Lagos. See waiting I see for Lagos. Yes, because from lazy family. Yes, it's President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu that ruling Nigeria, and his son support lady.
Interesting. Let's take a look. For his own interests rather than standing up for the people. It's disappointing to see someone trade a right and core of poor. Let's take a look at action. Yes, makes a point, but it opens the bigger questions. When family members hold visible power roles, perception becomes tricky. Support can look like nepotism, even if it's genuine dedication. How do you distinguish family loyalty from merit-based leadership in politics? Let's take a look at another reaction. If Tinubu shall rule this second tenure and the next person enter and doesn't perform, I hope this clowns doesn't come out to complain. That is where I would have issues with them. Okay, let's take a look at another reaction. Jennifer says, Chair, some people are so far gone with this psychopathy that even when they talk, all you can feel is pity for them, because how is this response making any sense? Okay, interesting. Let's take a look. Okay, that is all we've got on TMI Socials this beautiful morning. Thank you for joining our Lagos Network studio on TMI Socials. We will be handing over to Evans. Evans is a standby in our Benin Network studio for the continuation. Evans, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, beautiful Mercy, for the program. I mean, your segments, the social media segments, and of course the stories that you recounted. By the special grace of God, tomorrow is going to be another time on the program this morning on ITV. On behalf of my co-anchor, Wilson Omasho, my name is Evan Sudokoge. Goodbye and God bless you.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upunwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbong Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Ugeni Madonna, Imazedion, Overo, Ovesniagbo, Emanazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is an Egbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set roll out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
sóde aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àyàbá sókè abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àdàyè aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
ITV, certainly the best.
New FCT Police Commissioner asks criminals to vacate Abuja.
On the news tonight, Switzerland promises to return stolen Benin bronze artifacts. New FCT Police Commissioner asks criminals to vacate Abuja. Fuel price hike sends shockwaves through Benin transportation sector. Right Honorable Omosede Igbenedion condemns sexual harassment at Ozoro Festival. Task Force raids Mile 2 Badagry corridor, impounds 70 commercial motorcycles. Hello and welcome to ITV Main News. I am Anwoluwapo Stevens. The recent hike in petrol prices has sent shockwaves through the transportation sector in Benin City, with the drivers and passengers alike lamenting the soaring cost of fuel and diesel. Joy Obarsiabo has more.
Transport is too much. Because of this, people don't go church now. People don't go market as before again. In fact, the stress is really too much for us.
Many passengers in Benin Metropolis have expressed their frustration, saying that fuel price increase has led to a significant rise in transportation costs, with some fares increasing by as much as 100 naira, which has placed a heavy burden on commuters who are struggling to make ends meet.
Everywhere is hard now. Obviously, nothing. Where would they enter? 400. Now they say it's 500.
With fuel prices ranging from 1,300 naira to 1,400 naira, the impact of the hike is being felt across the board, with commercial bus drivers, delivery bikes, and personal vehicles also affected.
The high cost of fuel now, transport need to increase. Like my route now, Goodwill Trade Fair Park. We now, the union, the people there, the community there, so we could not increase. So we increase it, they go even make trouble with us. And whereas they buy this thing not up to 1,000, now it's 1,400. You cannot see. We don't have anything to take home now. No take home.
Passengers and drivers alike are calling on the government to intervene and provide relief to the poor masses who are bearing the brunt on the price increase.
The government really need to do something about it. It's not really easy for us. Mostly this school run of 18, so for parents, it's not that easy.
The situation of this fuel don't become so critical for we. No passenger. We don't know how who we will cry to.
As the situation continues to unfold, residents of Benin City are crying out for relief, and it remains to be seen how the government will address their concerns. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagmo, ITV News.
Meanwhile, member representing Ovia Northeast and Ovia Southwest Federal Constituency, Right Honorable Omosede Igbenedion, has condemned the reported cases of sexual harassment of young girls during a recent festival in Ozoro, Delta State. She described the act as disturbing, unacceptable, and a violation of human dignity. The lawmaker stressed that cultural events should promote unity and heritage, not expose women and girls to abuse. Right Honorable Igbenedion called on security agencies to investigate the incident and ensure perpetrators are brought to justice. She also urged community leaders and event organizers to strengthen safety measures to protect women and girls at public gatherings. Discussions on Nigeria's electoral process took center stage on this morning on ITV as the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) unveiled guidelines for the 2027 general elections. Political analysts across the Benin, Abuja, and Lagos network centers examined the proposed framework alongside rising concerns over insecurity in the country. The report by Shalom Onugara is presented by Osemudiame Osage.
Speaking from the Benin Network Center, former chairman of the Labour Party, Kelly Ogbaloy, called on political parties to strictly comply with INEC's newly released guidelines. He urged stakeholders to sustain confidence in the electoral body despite lingering concerns from previous elections. Ogbaloy noted that preparations are already underway for the 2027 polls, adding that adherence to the guidelines would boost electoral credibility and strengthen Nigeria's democratic process.
Whatever troubles any political party may have now, there is the tendency to be able to reconcile the squabbles before 2027.
From the Abuja Network Center, political analyst Honorable Suberu Yusuf linked the country's insecurity challenges to rising inequality. He maintained that social and economic disparities remain major triggers of conflict, stressing that addressing these gaps is critical to achieving lasting security in Nigeria.
You are working. By the time it's end of the month, you receive your salary. While I was working there, I received my salary. If you are getting what you work for, you'll be able to plan, and then you'll be able to do much more. And then from there, it reduces a lot of crime.
In Lagos, political analyst Dr. Victor Okai highlighted the growing wave of political defections ahead of the 2027 elections. He called on citizens to remain united, emphasizing that democracy thrives on collective participation and not individual dominance.
A lot of these politicians are not necessarily moving because they want to move. We have heard about, that one is clear, we have heard about inducements. We know, of course, of the famous, come and your sins shall be forgiven.
Osimdame Osagi, ITV News.
Now, still on the news, residents of Benin City are grappling with intense heat as temperatures rises, with strong and unfriendly air heightening concerns over the negative impact of climate change on daily life. Patience Usaragua reports that expert has now, however, asked government and the public to work together to address their challenges.
Climate change is not just a global conversation. It is a reality being felt across communities, affecting weather patterns, food supply and livelihoods. Nigerians and many people in the tropical regions of the world used to enjoy good weather nurtured by rain. But in the past few years, reverse has been the case, leading with less rain and hot weather. In Benin City, residents say the hot weather affects planting season, sleep patterns, which has become increasingly unbearable, especially at night, threatening livelihoods and food security. The scorching sun forces many to seek shade and consume more water to stay hydrated. Experts attribute the rising temperatures to climate change worsened by too much emission of fossil fuel from industrial consumption, deforestation, testing of nuclear weapons, and vast deployment of bombs by weary nations. Poor waste disposal, especially in urban centers such as Ramat Park, Ikpoba Hill, New Benin, and King Square, also contributes to environmental pollution and worsens climate conditions.
But is there another thing when I say hotter? The weather is hot. There was rain yesterday, but today now, you see the weather now. Everybody's looking for shades to hide. Cold water every time. To help myself, at times I pour some on my face.
Presently, coping with the weather is something else. Sometimes I came outside at night, and even the breeze in the night also get hotter.
The weather is really telling on everybody. Like myself, I don't sleep at night. We open window to receive direct air.
We need to drink enough water. It's very hot. Things have changed. We don't even know dry season and rainy season now. You'll find out that in the month of January, it is rainy, which is supposed to be a very dry month. The next day, the heat will be extreme. An environmentalist, Professor Gideon Imelue, recommended collective action, urging both government and individuals to plant more trees, reduce pollution, and adopt clean energy solutions. Professor Imelue warns that prolonged exposure to extreme heat can cause dehydration and heat exhaustion, advising residents to stay hydrated.
Every opportunity we have, we should plant trees. The standard organization should also be involved in terms of some of the things that they are leaving, they have discarded from abroad. You see them, they push them here. They are not standard enough. You see motor that is smoking. Now we don't even know what is dry season again. We don't know what is rainy season. Things are going somehow. So because of radiation, you have to drink water. That will give you the balance that you need.
For many Nigerians, the impact of climate change is becoming harder to ignore. From Benin, I am Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
Operatives of the Edo State Security Corps have arrested one Friday a commercial bus driver for allegedly stealing and attempting to sell a vehicle belonging to his employer. The suspect reportedly absconded with the bus at Downson Junction for over a week before he was intercepted along Eho Road while trying to sell part of the vehicle. Crime correspondent Jola Deojo has the details.
What began as an act of goodwill turned into a distressing experience for the owner of the commercial bus, Pastor Tom Edosa, who said he entrusted his vehicle to the suspect based on trust and perceived dedication to work. Pastor Edosa, who had been searching for his missing vehicle, explained that he had no prior relationship with the suspect, but occasionally allowed him to use the bus to earn a living. According to him, on Sunday, March 15th, he assisted the suspect in loading the bus as usual and and expected his return later that day. However, both the driver and the vehicle went missing.
Because we work for that dance here. They follow me, they do things. As I travel one day, I can't give a motor. I can't spend 2 days. I come by, I can't give me money. So I can't collect the motor. With that, now I just use trust. This one, that day, I just come. Now I can't drive, come meet her in the morning. He say, you will go work on Sunday. He say, yes, say, go work. That's okay. I can't even, and you're supposed to carry me go. Now I say, okay, passenger, you're full ground. Now I help and load the motor. I can't give her 3,000. Say, take buy for me for carry you to go. He can't say, okay. In the evening, bring motor come. He can't say, okay. In the evening, I go there, they say, just a load, come out. And so I tell wait, after 11 in the night.
The suspect, Friday Ede, who was apprehended while attempting to sell part of the vehicle, including the fuel tank, after allegedly selling one of the doors, reportedly confessed that he carried out the act to raise money.
What make you carry on? What you want to do to the minibus?
Carry on, come and book place here.
You want to sell them?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I don't come out the door, self I book it, yes.
Okay.
Said it was. So if you know what's out.
The suspect has since been handed over to the police for further investigation and possible prosecution. Jola Diljo, ITV News.
And in Abuja, where the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has issued a strong warning to Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde, urging him to desist from making what he described as baseless allegations and avoid unnecessary political confrontations. ITV's Wisdom Obakemi reports that the minister gave the warning during the 107th National Executive Committee meeting of the People's Democratic Party held in Abuja, where the party also announced the commencement of the sale of nomination forms ahead of its national convention.
Addressing party members, the FCT minister described claims attributed to Governor Makinde regarding alleged meetings involving himself and the president as unfortunate and misleading. He dismissed insinuations that such meetings suggested control over government institutions, including the judiciary, stressing that such statements were false and culpable of causing unnecessary tension within the party. Wike cautioned the governor against engaging in political battles he may not be able to sustain, emphasizing that politics is about power and strategy.
Unfortunately, I was watching my friend before, Seyi Makinde, when he went to Bauchi. He said that he had a meeting with me and President. I said, so unfortunate. He said, we have government, we have the judiciary. So fortunate. We also have the judiciary of Ibadan. That gives us expertise on the judiciary. So fortunate. In fact, you cannot fight this.
The minister also warned party members against acts of disloyalty, noting that those who engage in double-dealing risk being sidelined. Meanwhile, the National Caretaker Committee announced the commencement of the sales of nomination forms ahead of the party's forthcoming national convention.
The right thing must be. I'm sure most of you were misled. When I was the governor, there was nothing the ruling party that time did not die me. There was no threat I did not get. I said no. There was no intimidation I did not get. I said no. I remained.
From Abuja, Wisdom Obakemi, ITV News.
The new Commissioner of Police for the Federal Capital Territory, Ahmed Sanusi, has issued a strong warning to criminal groups and networks operating in the territory to desist from all forms of crime or face the full weight of the law. ITV's crime correspondent John Taina reports that the FCT police boss stated this during his first press briefing after assuming office at the command headquarters in Abuja.
The saying that there's a new sheriff in town best describe the assumption of office of the new FCT Commissioner of Police, Ahmed Sanusi. The first press briefing for the new sheriff was tough words addressed to criminal gangs and networks. The one notorious crime that may be awaiting the new FCT Police Commissioner is the mobile crime commonly known as one chance, that has deprived residents of their hard earnings and to the extreme, some suffers fatality leading to deaths. However, the FCT police boss vowed that during his stay, crime will have no place in the FCT. The full weight and relentless arm of the law awaits such criminals.
Strongly warned to desist from all forms of unlawful activities, pack up and exit the FCT, or be prepared to face the full weight and relentless arms of the law. The command will not relent until every criminal element is brought to justice.
The FCT Police Commissioner was also hard on the officers and men of the FCT command, stressing that no form of indiscipline or unprofessional conduct will be tolerated.
I tell you, and I wish to tell the general public that the game will be a different one this time around. We will try as much as possible to utilize useful informations, conceal the identity of our informants, and also be prompt to attend to whatever situations that have come before us, and also, above all, to uphold the tenets of human rights. As far as policing is concerned, we will ensure that we do our best.
With a commitment to work around the clock, it is hoped that residents will soon experience visible security in the FCT and environs. From Abuja, John Dana, ITV News.
Now, still staying in Abuja, where Nigeria and Switzerland have reached an agreement for the return of Benin bronze and other artifacts, as both countries move to deepen bilateral relations across multiple sectors. As ITV State House correspondent Ikarata reports, this followed a meeting between Vice President Kashim Shettima and Swiss Vice President and Foreign Minister Ignacio Cassis in Abuja.
The Swiss vice president, who is also his country's foreign affairs minister, Ignacio Cassis, who was accompanied by his wife, Palio Rodoni Cassis, was received at the presidential wing of the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport by Vice President Kashim Shettima, after which both leaders had closed-door talks. Speaking to journalists after the closed-door meeting, Cassis says both countries discussed a wide range of issues, including the possibility of a free trade agreement involving Nigeria and the African Continental Free Trade Area. He also says Nigeria and Switzerland agreed to strengthen bilateral relations across trade, economic cooperation, skill acquisition, migration, security, and cultural exchange, with Ben also pledging to return Benin bronze and artifacts to Nigeria.
Cultural cooperation and the restitution of cultural material. And we also have a cooperation on migration issues. And every year we have a meeting together.
On cultural ties, Nigerian Foreign Affairs Minister Ambassador Yusuf Tuga also spoke on Switzerland's agreement to return Benin bronze and artifacts, describing the move as a significant step in strengthening cultural relations. He noted that discussions also cover Swiss investment and business opportunities in Nigeria, with Cassis expected to proceed to Lagos to engage with private sector stakeholders.
We want to see processing also established in Nigeria to create more jobs, to strengthen the supply and value chain, and it's a win-win situation, especially with the conflict now that we've seen in the Middle East, where a choke point is creating a lot of problems for the world.
Tuga further described the engagement as a continuation of long-standing diplomatic relations between both countries, which dates back to 1961. From Abuja, Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
Away from that now to Lagos State, where the Lagos State Task Force on Environmental and Special Offences says it has intensified enforcement efforts against recalcitrant commercial motorcycle operators, popularly known as Okada, as part of ongoing measures to rid the state of the menace posed by illegal operations and associated criminal activities. The agency said 70 commercial motorcycles were impounded during operations carried out across several strategic locations along the Lagos-Mile 2 Badagry Expressway. These include Festac Fast Gate, Maza and Iyanoba. It alleged that some of the motorcycles were being used to transport illicit drugs and flammable substances such as premium motor spirit, PMS, to neighboring countries, in addition to constituting a nuisance on major highways and adjoining roads. The First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Cordelia Sanwo-Olu, has emphasized the need for intensified awareness and innovative strategies to combat tuberculosis, noting that the disease remains both preventable and curable. Dr. Sanwo-Olu stressed that community-based officers and grassroots health workers must serve as foot soldiers in the fight against tuberculosis. She urged them to remain resilient despite field challenges while amplifying accurate information to underserved populations. She also decried the high number of undetected TB cases in Lagos, disclosing that out of an estimated 30,000 cases, only 16,000 have been identified, leaving a significant number within communities capable of spreading the disease. We now go off on a break. Please join us again.
ITV, certainly the best.
The acting chairman of Igor Local Government Council, Honorable Usaro Osa Eribo, has extended the ongoing road grading exercise to Okoro Ward 9, bringing relief to residents in the area. The initiative is aimed at improving road accessibility and easing transportation challenges within the community. Patience Usaragiwar completes the story.
Several roads in Okoro Ward 9 have received much needed attention as grading equipment moved into the area to the delight of residents. Some residents, including Pa Festus Omobude of Akenzuwa Street off Okoro Road, described the exercise as timely considering the previously deplorable state of the roads. They noted that the intervention has rekindled hope and reflects the council's commitment to addressing long-standing infrastructural challenges.
We were very amazed. And this is what we have been discussing because this road was no more motorable for many years. But we just surprised a new dawn have come to our street. See, I'm very, very happy. If we have 1 million man, we cannot be able to thank you people.
Speaking on the development, the councillor representing Ward 9, Honorable Ogbomudia Okomina, commended the acting chairman, Honorable Usaro Eribo, for his dedication to grassroots development. He also appreciated the Governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, for providing the support, equipment, and enabling environment needed to deliver the dividends of democracy to the people.
I want to appreciate His Excellency, the State Governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, for providing this equipment for us for the grassroots politician. I want to appreciate him so much. I would also feel to also appreciate the local government chairman, Honorable Usaro Osa Eribo, for his dedication to the grassroots development.
The grading exercise underscores the administration's commitment to improving infrastructure and enhancing the quality of life across Ego local government area. From Ego local government council, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
The Heartbeat People's Front, Edo Delta Development Agency, a voluntary action organization, has charged politicians, political office holders, and party candidates to be accountable and responsible, especially as the country looks ahead to another general election. The advice was given by the Chief of Staff of the organization, Comrade Lawrence Omoyege, during a press conference in Benin City. Efosa Owangwe reports.
Comrade Lawrence Omoyege emphasized the need for politicians to remain mindful of promises made in their manifestos and during re-election campaigns. He described unfulfilled promises as a recurring mirage over time and advised political actors to imbibe the culture of accountability, noting that it is the only path to achieve meaningful democratic progress. He disclosed that the organization has been in existence for over 10 years, with membership spanning all 18 local government areas of Edo State. He noted that the group was established to promote good governance of community and state levels through informed participation and voter sensitization.
Apart from our humanitarian programs that we conduct in the society, giving out finance and supporting people to get them better, the HPSF has continued to engage the general public, continually organize sensitization programs to get the right things done.
Another member, Mrs. Rhoda Iya, advised electorates to register and obtain their permanent voters card, stressing that it remains a vital tool for participation in the electoral process. Mrs. Sani Ruth, the Ego Women leader, said the organization is known for speaking the truth at all times and not following trends blindly. The Ego coordinator, Mr. Francis Amedu, expressed satisfaction with the sensitization program, noting that it is timely.
As citizens, we are not just voters, we are stakeholders. We need to be informed. Some of us are not doing the right thing because we are not informed. And when you are not informed, what happens? You are deformed.
We are really working hard. We are trying to make sure the election is okay.
This organization has been on for more than 10 years. It's a good welcome development. We also want to say thank you very much.
The highlight of the event was the presentation of membership cards to newly inducted members. The HPSF Oedo chapter recently also held its meeting. The Heartbeat People Solidarity Front is a voluntary action organization funded by architect Nosasu Omoyege Edigin. From Benin, Efosa Owangwe, ITV News.
You're on to the network news on ITV. We now take a break. Please join us again. So many thanks for staying with us. Still on the news, members of the Benin Club Golf section have described the late Prince Augustine Eweka as a jolly good fellow who related freely with everyone. They made this known as the body of the former two-time captain of the golf section made a stopover at the club. Ikponwosa Ugiabre has the details.
The body of late Prince Augustine Agwabasimi Iobun Eweka departed the Air Force Base mortuary along Airport Road, Benin City, in a long motorcade to the Benin Club Golf Session, GRA. It was a solemn moment as the body was received by the current captain of the Benin Club Golf Session, Mr. Stephen Ibaren Tobofi, alongside former captains of the section. In his welcome address, a past captain of the Golf Session, Chief Felix Iyoha, described the late Prince Eweka as a great man and advised his children to emulate their father's exemplary lifestyle. The current captain and other former captains took turns to eulogize the life and times of the late Prince Eweka, describing him as a dedicated golfer who will be greatly missed by all.
Osi was a great man, fine colleague of ours, and we thank God for his life.
Akubate, class captain, was a very close friend. He was one of my advisors. I'll miss him a lot.
Losing him leaves a space that can never truly be filled. I will always be grateful that life gave me and many of us here the gift of knowing him and calling him my brother.
It doesn't matter to him whether the person is his friend, is his brother, or his tribe. It was always about straightforwardness.
He respected tradition very well, and he had respect for his family.
Some of his children described their late father as a loving and easygoing person.
He's a man that was loved. We are sad, but we are thankful to God that he has lived a great life. I will forever miss him.
Our father didn't pass on, but he has gone to the great beyond to have a peaceful rest.
A ceremonial tree was planted at the golf session in honor of late Prince Augustine Agwabasimi Iobun Eweka to preserve his memory. The body was thereafter taken to his residence on Airport Road for lying in state, while the Mkovich brass band added color to the procession. Funeral activities will continue on Thursday with a funeral mass at Ascension Catholic Church, Air Force Base, Oko, Benin City. Ikmamosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Away from that now to other stories where leaders and elders of Aduha community in Nwode local government area of Edo State have dismissed allegations contained in a viral social media video portraying the community in a negative light. Jonah Amorua has more.
Aduhan community located in Nwode local government area of Edo State has recently been in the spotlight following claims of land disputes and other related issues circulating on social media. At an expanded meeting attended by the Odionwe, the Council of Elders, the Okagele, women and youths of the community, leaders described the allegation as false and misleading. The Okagele of Aduhan community, Bobby Dahosa, maintained that the community has remained peaceful over the years and urged the public to disregard what he described as misinformation spreading by individuals bent on tarnishing the image of the community.
Aduan is a peaceful, loving community. No fight in Aduan, no cuttings in Aduan. We were surprised some days ago. This update portraying Aduan as a criminal hiding place. Nothing like that in Aduan. Aduan is very peaceful.
Other leaders also described the claims in the viral video as unfortunate and baseless.
About 2 days or 3 days back now, we had on social media lucky world update was destroying the image of this community, telling the whole world that there's a court war in the community. Like you people are here now, you can see that nothing like that with us here. You ought to have verified the authenticity of that information before going to publish it.
Since I was born and brought up in this Aduan community, I have never witnessed, I've never heard that there is courtesan here. I've never heard that would they be selling land to 2 or 3 people at the same time. I am part and parcel of the community.
The meeting ended with a strong warning to those responsible for the video, including the invocation of traditional sanctions as a deterrent against further misinformation. From Aduhan community in Nwode local government area, Edo State, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
The body of late Chief Osege Enato of Idumigo Uele in Ekpoma have been laid to rest in a ceremony that drew family members, dignitaries, and well-wishers from across the country. The burial ceremony, marked by both solemn reflection and cultural celebration, honored the life and legacy of the elder statesman widely known as the Emi Basoge of Ekpoma and Ediowele of Uele. The report filed by Francisca Inembele is presented by Ikmawosa Ugiagbe.
The event featured a grand reception in honor of late Chief Osege Enato of Idumigu Uhiele in Ekpoma as guests gathered to pay their last respect to a man remembered for his service to humanity and commitment to community development. A major highlight of the ceremony was a colorful processional dance by the children of the deceased, symbolizing unity and a celebration of their father's life. The moment became even more emotional as family members, friends and well-wishers joined in creating a vibrant and memorable atmosphere. Guests were treated to a rich display of hospitality with a variety of traditional and continental dishes reflecting the cultural heritage of the Ekpoma people and the family's appreciation for their support. Dignitaries present included members of the Ekpoma Recreational Club, traditional rulers, professionals, and indigenes of Uhiele, all of whom came to honor a man widely respected for his leadership and generosity. In separate interviews, children of the deceased and guests described late Chief Osege Enato as a compassionate and selfless individual who dedicated his life to the service of others. They noted that his legacy of kindness, humility, and community leadership will continue to inspire future generations.
My father, a man full of humor and a man full of depth. I will always remember that a hard-working man, a resilient man. Old age at which Daniel went is what we are praying for.
Thank God for Papa's life. Papa lived a very good life, and the children are a typical example of
how well we did.
The ceremony served not only as a final farewell, but also as a celebration of a life well lived. Late Chief Osege Enato will be remembered for the enduring mark he left on his community and beyond. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
As part of efforts to promote practical learning beyond the classroom, students of Victoria's Best Foundation School embarked on an educational excursion to the Communications Complex of Independent Television and Radio in Igosa, Benin City. The visit was designed to expose the pupils to modern broadcasting equipment, digital media operations, and newsroom procedures. The report by Shalom Onugwara is presented by Oluwafemi Farayola.
The students were taken on a guided tour of the facility by Chukwufunaya Adigwe, who led them through key operational units, including the television and radio studios, the master control room, the library, and the transmission base. During the tour, she explained the functions of each department and highlighted the critical roles played by media professionals such as presenters, producers, engineers, and editors in ensuring seamless broadcasting operations.
You're listening to Independent Radio 92.3 FM. That's our frequency. The FM means frequency modulation. FM means what? Frequency modulation.
A major highlight of the excursion was the hands-on session, where the students had the opportunity to participate in news presentation and studio programming under professional supervision. The experience offered them practical insight into both the technical and creative processes involved in television and radio broadcasting.
I learned everything about the FM channel and other things. I learned about the transmitters, how they separate sounds and video.
I learned about the UHF and the FM, and I am at the broadcasting now.
I felt so impressed being with them as their teacher, able to bring them here for them to experience what they have been seeing on TV, hearing the radio. So I'm very excited.
The students expressed excitement at the opportunity, describing the visit as both educational and inspiring, while teachers noted that such exposure plays a vital role in broadening students' career perspectives. Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
We now take a breather. Please stay. Welcome back. Students of Brie Merit Educational Center have gained practical insight into modern broadcasting techniques following an educational excursion to the Communications Complex of Independent Television and Radio in Igosa, Oluku, Benin City. The report by Shalom Onugwara is presented by Osemudiame Osage.
I want you guys to learn everything I need to know about IT.
In a bid to bridge the gap between theoretical learning and hands-on media experience, students of Brie Merit Educational Center embarked on an educational tour of Independent Television and Radio Benin City. The visit exposed the students to real-life broadcast operations, giving them a clearer understanding of how modern media organizations function. During the tour, the students were guided by Momo Lawal, who explained various stages of broadcast production. He highlighted the importance of digital technology and advanced studio equipment in the creation and transmission of content. The students were taken through key operational units of the station, including library, radio studio, and the transmitter hall, where broadcast signals are processed and transmitted to audience across different locations.
This is the camera. The camera is facing you guys right now. But the camera is here. There's a mirror here now. Okay? So this mirror, the job is now to mirror the image of what is here. So it now appears here. It will be inverted.
They also observed live production sessions, providing them with first-hand experience of how news and programs are gathered, produced and aired to the public. At the end of the excursion, the students described the experience as enlightening and impactful, saying it broadened their understanding of the media industry and strengthened their interest in pursuing careers in broadcasting.
Their response is nice and it was good. We expressed ourselves. They also used me as an example. So I was also seeing myself in other places. I want to use this medium to thank the school
my parents.
I have learned a way to take information into the television.
Unlike the school whereby they keep books in the library, they keep TV plates. That's what they usually keep in the library.
Bremerit Educational Center is located at Enyai along Pipeline Road, opposite First Upstairs, Yowo Community, Benin City, Edo State. O Semudamel Sagi, RTV News.
For updates in the world of sport, Tolu Lokpe Ogutime is on.
The camp of Nigeria national football team continues to build momentum ahead of the upcoming international friendlies, with 6 additional players arriving to take the number in camp to 21. Among the players currently in camp are key stars such as Alex Iwobi, Ademola Lookman, Paul Onuachu, Samuel Chukwueze, Moses Simon, Frank Oyeka, alongside other invited players. Also present are goalkeeper Francis Uzoho and Maduka Okoye, defenders including Shemi Ajayi and Zaidu Sanusi, as well as midfielder and forward drawn from clubs across Europe. With the squad gradually taking shape, preparation is expected to intensify in the coming days as the Super Eagles get for their friendly matches, using the games as an opportunity to fine-tune tactics and assess players' contribution. Mohamed Salah has announced he will leave Liverpool at the end of the season, thanking the club for the best time of his life. Liverpool say an agreement has been reached with the legendary forward to end his remarkable 9-year stay at Anfield. After this season, Kuchi will become a free agent. Salah's contract, which he signed only last April, will be cut short by a year after a difficult season for the 33-year-old. Kuchi has seen him dropped and publicly fall out with head coach Arne Slot. The Egyptian, one of Liverpool's greatest ever players, will have his Anfield farewell against Brentford on May 24 on the final day of Premier League season. Nigeria secured a narrow 7-6 victory over Kenya in the men's category at the 2026 Commonwealth Games wheelchair basketball qualifier. The match was tense, low-scoring affair, with both teams showing immense resilience and defensive discipline. Nigeria managed to hold their nerve in the closing moment to claim the hard-fought win. This follows an earlier convincing victory over Gambia, where Nigeria triumphed 14-2, giving the team strong momentum in their campaign. The result set a positive tone as Nigeria continued its quest for qualification to the 2026 Commonwealth Games, with more key matches ahead. And that's it on Sport News. I'm Ogutime and Tolulapo Ogutime.
And that ends the ITV main news. I am Anuoluwakbo Stevens. On behalf of the team, thank you so much for watching. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV,
certainly the best.
Hello and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation. This is a table, a red table for that, where women sit to talk about women, things concerning women. But like I always say, we cannot talk about men and leave out the men and the children, of course. But this is a table for strictly the women, where we discuss without holding back certain things that we need to talk about. But anyway, today we're going to be looking at the BBL, the Brazilian Butt Fit. And to do this with me, I have on my right, I have Mercy Emmanuel. Mercy Emmanuel is a nurse. She's actually going to help us discuss this for us to understand about it in a better form. Mercy, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, thank you for coming as always. And then to my left, I have Princess Edith Madijomo. I hope I got it right this time. I hope I did. And so she's the CEO of Golden Touch Collection, where women go to look good. Thank you for coming.
Thanks for having me.
And then on the far left, I have Ayo Ali Balogu, who will always tell me, don't remove the Ali and call only the Balogu. Put the two together. I'm a pure Lagosian. Ayo. Ayo is not a sex consultant, but she's a consultant.
Consulting what?
What are you consulting?
We need to find out.
Let's find out what you're consulting.
So, I'm consulting here too. I'm a management consultant.
Okay.
Certified one.
Certified management consultant. Ayo, thank you for joining us today and welcome to WIC.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, let's go straight to what we're talking about today. It's been a problem in Nigeria for a recent time now, a few months now and a few weeks. We've seen very pretty young girls who had passed away because they had decided to go do the BBL, the commonly known BBL, but actually it's called Brazilian butt fit. Okay, so Brazilian butt lift. The very recent girl that just passed on last week. Well, I think I can't remember her name now, but she went for the second surgery for, I don't know whether to maintain it or to make it bigger or to make it smaller. But unfortunately, she passed away during this procedure. And a lot of men have come out to say, let me go exactly what some men, after carrying out some research, what men actually said. Okay, I'm going to be reading what a few men had sent to me. Some of them said, we do not send these ladies to go do this. As a matter of fact, we don't like it. So
who says this about them?
But that's what the women have said. But let me not answer for you all.
Okay.
Let me start with you, Mercy, as a medical professional. I'm going to be talking about the medical aspect of it, and I'm going to talk about the beautification aspect of it with the two women. How dangerous is this procedure?
It's dicey. Why do I say it's dicey? If the procedure is done properly by professionals, do you understand? It's not dangerous. Liposuction is something that some medical doctors would also tell you, I do not give my consent to it. Why do you want to do it? You're good. I mean, if you want bum, as they say, you want this hip, you want to have a good shape on your butt. I think why not go the physical way, as in gym, all that helps, than go through liposuction, because sometimes, especially in Nigeria, we do not have some of the equipment that would help in this procedure, or that will help the procedure go successfully. This liposuction thing, it's not just the way they do it. You go there, they harvest the fat, and then they inject it into you, and then, all that. I mean, there are processes. And because of the way the medical, the medical department is in Nigeria, it's not safe. Because all these things, I mean, when the fat is harvested from a part of your body, there should be procedures. I mean, there should be examinations. Is this fat good for this place they're about to put it?
It's a whole lot of procedure.
It's a whole lot of procedure.
We're going to come back to you, really, because we need to really find out the medical disadvantage of it. But is there an advantage to it, anyways?
As a person, I really do not see an advantage to it.
Okay. Ayo, I see that you've been, but the men said they don't like it. They're not interested.
That's not true, because 95% men today will tell you, one thing I like in a woman is that woman that has
curve. Okay, Ayo, let me hear from you.
Okay, so for me, it's sad that the ladies have passed. That I'm not really in tune into what happened or where, but it's heartbreaking when people lose their lives, and the Lord console the family. Now, this is it. When you go into any venture, it's a 50-50 chance. Nothing is sacrosanct.
Yeah.
So that you could go for tooth extraction and you die.
Sure, very well.
So, so that's that. The Lord console the family. Secondly, the men that said they don't like it, like I said, for me and for a lot of women that I know, and for a lot of the millennials, I'm not saying Gen Z, millennials.
Yes.
So those are the children born between 1990 and the 2000. These are people who do things for themselves, not necessary for
a man.
Not a man that goes to the gym to build muscles. Is he building muscles because of women?
No.
Okay. Okay. Ayo. Okay. Go ahead.
Don't go ahead.
There. Okay. Let me come in here. I have met a woman.
Yeah.
Who did this time is not the butt. She did the ears, and then I asked
Why
her.
are you demonstrating? Why can't you just call? What did she do?
You did help me call it.
I just want to know.
Breast augmentation.
Anyway, she did her boobs. Okay, so enlargement of the boobs, and then she wanted it standing. Wow. Because I think she's.
They give them standing
ovation. Princess, you.
Guess we're not really intimidated.
No, you can do it like this. You can do the physical way by padding it up now.
Can I just remind you, ladies, that we're live. Okay, so she did it. And then when I asked her, because she started having issues with it, she lives in the UK. And I asked her, I said, why did you do something that will be giving you pains like this? I mean, and she said, as at the time, she was married to a white man who was always talking her down about her boobs. I said, did you remind this man that you had 4 children for him? And she said, you won't understand. He was always, talking me down. So she didn't have the self-confidence anymore. And so she decided to go do it. And what happened? Even after doing it, she's still divorced. Finally,
what are we talking
she was
about?
Divorced.
Just
as
I
said,
you do it for yourself
it's
and
giving
not
her
for someone.
pains. When I mean pains, she goes into the hospital 2-3 times in some months to get off some pus.
So that's a different one. So, when Mercy talked about, the procedure, whether, basically pull out a fat from one part to the other, and that, it's like Mercy acknowledged, if it's done by top-notch professionals, people who look out for the everything. In that theater room, you have theater assistants. So you have the surgeon, you have the anesthesia. The anesthesia is the most difficult and the most challenging.
Very, very.
That's what's
very rare. They are not common everywhere.
So that's what causes.
It depends. If you're in the medical field, the tendency for you to be an anesthesia is 90% because you must know what to do at a particular time and what to give. So, even if you don't, the surgeon, honestly, is focused on what he's doing. So you must know it for you to be an anesthesia in that theater.
You are majored as a doctor. So while some doctors major in plastic surgery, some major in that.
Yes.
Now, believe me when I say this is an experienced woman talking here. I've been through liposuction.
Okay.
It's called 360 liposuction for my waistline.
Okay.
Done 2019, 7.5 hours. Baby. So before I went in for the surgery, I remember I said to my daughter, I was like, I was just imagining myself. And the doctor, shout out to you, Dr. Femi Lekki Hill Plus. He said, Madam, this surgery is not a weight loss surgery procedure. But I was looking for ways to lose weight. And everything. So I said, Madam, listen, but then my daughter's friend, Tundu Matthews, his niece had done it. And, I was like, maybe I'll lose weight. And then we went in. And the doctor said, even for first, if you're over 100 kilos, he won't touch you.
Yes, that's the first thing.
So they check your weight. So because I was coming from special place, you understand? A special place, he paid me attention. Now you also have to stay off alcohol, smoking, and all of that 2 weeks before. Thereby, they go through the procedure. They now take the fats. If you now take from one place, it's still part of your body. I don't think they had to do all of that. What I'm just trying to say is just that, to be honest, any person who goes through that, because that's your friend, has the marital issue and was trying to save her marriage, she went through that. But largely, anything can take anybody's life.
Anything.
You see, my point is this.
Even headache.
Headache.
For people that go for liposuction or BBL, to me, my opinion is they don't have self-confidence.
Princess, my self-confidence is...
That is you. Some of them don't have self-confidence and complex.
Because if you believe in what you have and you are very okay with your body shape and body size, why would you go under knife to correct whatever?
That's why you be say you believe in what you have. You are comfortable.
I will not judge.
That is
now, okay, now if you're self-confident, why are you on an eyebrow?
Do you understand? It's not go on that net to do it. No, it's not the same. Do you know the risk involved? I watched one recently on there.
Do you know the risk involved in
Do you know the risk in
the chemicals?
This is just a pencil.
Even though that's how you think.
That's what you think.
No, it's not at all.
You said you were under the knife for 7 hours.
Not just 7 hours.
I just stood and I used my pencil to do this.
No,
So
seven and a half hours. Put the half.
So that I can send somebody to the other side. So now the one I watched, I saw several wires, several things that were put together, everything, and they were just like you said, they were pulling some fat from the other side to the other side. You see the doctor,
there is a pumping process.
Yes, pumping the fat. You
so
see
the pumping with water,
pump out, yes.
So to extract the fat.
Takes it, and then they tore some part of her boot, and from there they were putting the fat. I don't know how they can bear it. Do you know how for somebody to be shaking your boot for hours?
You're numb.
You are not aware. I know they know. They must have numbed that part. Then another one that I watched again was when several injections. They were touching the bomb. They pour in, use injection like 10 injections. You're just fluid. They were pouring in
fluid.
They were pouring in some fluid. They told the lady. They brought the stomach. You see they just punching the stomach and
I need you to understand that.
What do you want?
I need you to understand something.
Except you tell me you are doing it for yourself.
Okay, now
because most people that do this BBL is for the sake of men, it's to entice men. You see them everywhere. Don't you watch social media? They're everywhere. They'll tell you my body. Do you know how much my body worth? Do you know how much my body costs?
Okay, so this.
And once they do that BBL, they will never sit at home.
Okay,
they are everywhere.
Where do they go to? Where do they go to? What will you say about a mother that can go through the contraction and labor and decides to go through a night?
No, that's a different thing.
It's not a different thing. She decided it because
no, that is a different ballgame. Somebody just goes to change her form to begin to attract men. What are you talking about?
That is, you are limiting it, and that is
what's the one I watched.
Okay, so that's why the men are saying, don't do it for us. We don't want it. We don't like it.
On behalf of the women who have
once they have done that BBL, they will never dress decently anymore. You will see them wearing some
princess. Okay, princess
is a personal thing.
And I'm not exaggerating.
Okay.
Today is what?
Today is 19th.
No.
Of March.
Thursday.
Today is Thursday.
So I was at a function on Tuesday, and a group of aunties, and one, slammed my back. So I heard the thought, and I was like, oh, that was me. I didn't have BBL. But because of the lipo, everything went down there. And let me tell you something. It has, when you narrow it down to because of a man, what about me? I look into the mirror and I'm like, oh, wow.
Your self-confidence.
Yeah, it's not my self-confidence. It has nothing to do with my self-confidence comes from my cerebral brows.
Yes.
So now this other one is like, when I was 15, I looked a certain way. 20, 30, 40, 50. When I'm 70, baby girl, I want you to think I'm 40 years old.
Oh my word.
Okay, we just saw Florence Itagiwa did her 80th birthday.
You mean
oh,
sorry,
she
don't
was
just
like
call
a
her
baby girl.
You ought to call Mama Bakassi.
Yes,
Mama with the body that speaks. The mama that will stand and tell you, do you know what this cost me? So it means that when you know how much you have spent on your body, I know how much I've spent on my body, and then you are not just, I won't talk to you anyhow. I have had for your information, I have gastric sleeve done.
Okay.
I've gone to do
Are you
my
that
lab.
fat?
No. But there's a way I want to look. You understand? I have the money. And this has nothing to do with a man. When I'm doing my management consultancy, I don't want, because in those days, so my breasts were like that. So I don't want you. I'm talking to a man, and to be honest, I noticed that most of them, it's like they
do it.
So is that chest?
The area of concentration.
The area of concentration. The area of concentration should be here.
Yeah, and it shifts the
no,
conversation.
for me.
Okay.
And then when I go for my trainings, I deliberately wear Iran Buba and Bubu. This is the first time you see me in something like this.
Yeah.
Because you want to conceal something. And from that man, they begin to walk on. Because you're talking, especially if the man is shorter than you.
I don't know.
And then you are taller, and then you wear heels. And then the man is looking at you, and his headline is by your boots.
Ayo, we have been told we have to go on a short break. And then when we come back, we continue the conversation of the men. I wonder when men sit down to watch women in conversation, how they feel. I'm sure some of them want to respond immediately, but unfortunately they cannot come here to respond. Ayo was talking about the boobs and everything. We'll be right back. When we come back, we continue the conversation. Please sit.
Controversial.
Welcome back. It's still WIC, and I still have with me in the house Edith, and we have Mercy, and I also have Ayo. Ayo, the one that told is a controversial Ayo. You know, Ayo does not agree with any person. She does it her way, one way. Sword. Exactly. Okay, Ayo, you were saying something before we went on a short break. And Edith was complimenting that. She was saying they are still like that. She was even rolling the thing where she was saying that.
So Edith is, I'm so happy that I'm loving the fact that Edith is well endowed and she carries it very well. And I love it. You understand? Clock it. That's
one side.
You understand? You get. So, but for what I do, and I have to go to look for business most times, I became very, very conscious.
All right.
You understand? I will wear camisole. So even when I'm very hot and I'm wearing a sheer top, I have to wear camisole. Wear this one, so that when I'm even talking to the gentleman, you understand? It's meant to be something for me to stand tall.
It will be affecting you emotionally, true.
You understand?
That's the truth.
When I'm in the class, when I'm delivering lecture, I don't want you to be looking at, and then I turn.
She's endowed.
Mama.
Do you know what I said when I lost weight?
Bottom only mama.
You know, so
you know what I've experienced one day. Sorry to cut you short. I went to gym. We're just walking towards the pool to go and swim. And somebody walked up to me with all boldness. You know what it came to do? At this reel, I was like,
sexual harassment.
Are you okay?
Excuse me.
Because I was expecting good morning. Like, this is morning, daytime. I was going to the gym. I was going to the poolside. And I've not even changed. I've not changed for you to say maybe I have. And the next thing I heard is this real?
Wow.
And he was pointing at me like
that
this.
Is dehumanizing.
I was like, are you okay? Then that are you okay that I said my friend heard. And she's a lawyer. She was already in the harassment. Because that was how I was walking towards the pool. Because she got there before me. So I was walking towards the pool to actually talk to her. I'm here. And she was like, what's that? That's harassment. She came out of the pool with everything she was wearing. Now the man was confused. Because he had a lot to look now. You want to see something?
Mm-hmm.
You know, she was like, do you know, I'm barrister. She started introducing herself. How dare you talk to her like that? Because I can stand up for my friends. I am so blessed with ladies that can also stand up for me. And he was like, I'm sorry about that. I've seen you. I don't know. I just wanted to know they were real. You can imagine that.
Can these men put their eyes away from these women?
Because, naturally I have this. Some people ask me if it's BBL.
Can you imagine?
Yeah. Honestly.
What's your business with that?
Some people ask me, even at work. So it's made me, honestly, for peace to reign. Because
somebody has
I just had to make a scrub that covers me.
Yes.
So you
somebody has come to put hand in my dimple.
Because you're moving.
I like your dimple. And I reply with my backhand. Very good backhand.
Nigerians are rude. Some of the men don't know, to draw the line.
Exactly.
So what I'm saying to you,
those men.
So what I say to you is
that they need help.
So when a woman decides to do BBL, It could be for her own sanity. She wants when she looks in the mirror and she turns.
She's looking good.
And she can see the silhouette that she loves.
Yeah.
It's nothing to do with another person.
Okay, Ayo, you are saying that the men who had sent in, someone went for the research and then came up with the men saying about 91% of the men says, we don't want it, we don't like it, don't do it for us, we didn't ask you to do it for us. And so you are saying, you are not one of those women that want to do BBL for a man's sake. You're doing it for yourself. To the looks that it gives you joy, gives you satisfaction. But let me come to you as a nurse, as a medical person. What are the fear of this BBL in old age? Because as a woman growing older, some of us begin to have arthritis pain. And when you're getting into the menopause age, it begins to trouble you. Some say the menopause thing comes with their leg pains and all that. So what is the threat of this BBL for women at old age?
Okay, I'm
from
going to
50
use
and above.
myself as an example. Naturally, if your butt is too big,
if you're endowed down there,
you have the tendency for you to have leg pain. It's 5% because I've experienced it. But it now depends on your weight. Do you understand? Now, when it's got to do with this BBL thing, the thing most Nigerians do not know, it's not just about doing it then. It's like you go to the hospital and you're treated for malaria. The doctors will always ask you to come for a checkup. Now, this is a procedure that is not natural. Trust me, for you to be able to conquer that age factor, you should always go for a checkup. Especially if you're not too sure of who did the procedure. Because most times it may look as if, okay, I've done it, I'm good, it's fine, and all that. You're not even sure if it's a professional. Sorry, I'm going to digress. I know somebody that went for an evacuation, and I was like, why not go to a gynae to perform this thing? Because this person will tell you, do this, and you won't believe it. After she went, no, this guy is trying to extract, is trying to extort. And then she went somewhere else for the evacuation, and you won't believe it, there was remnants of placenta in her, which has led to so much bleeding for days now. So where am I going to? What I'm trying to bring out, this is something that is not naturally, or that was not naturally there. Now, the tendency for you, because no one knows tomorrow, anything, just as I said, anything can kill a man. Anything. Your body could develop. What if tomorrow you happen to be a DM patient, a diabetic patient, and something happens and maybe there's a wound there? It will be very difficult to heal.
Okay, let me. So
Ayo wants to come in. Can you come in here?
Sorry, it's not I was coming. So the thing is that the Brazilian butt lift is not. If it's a butt lift, it's different from inserting silicone.
Okay,
that's different things.
We are talking about the butt lift.
So the silicone is where you might have issues where you can say it can burst, it can do that. Now, a lot of times people even do BBL that you don't even know
that they did it.
Because those ones that become so obscene that the waist is like this and the yash is like.
I saw somebody that said she removed her.
You're on TV, please.
That's what we call it in Nigeria.
From her side, she's a Nigeria girl. She removed the 6 limbs. Rims, Rims.
So I am asking, is there an effect to this?
So let me tell you something.
And the boat is like this. The real figure. So first, when you do the butt lift, the Brazilian is that it's transfer of fat from maybe your arms, from your waist to your foot.
But you're being torn open.
No.
Don't they tear you open?
No.
They do.
No. That's why I said, be sure it is a professional.
So this is the reason why I brought in this.
Can I finish, please? So what could happen? The worst that usually happens and happens in the first few days or weeks after BBL is that the fact does not align
with where it was. Yes, in there. Yes.
Yeah, so that is why
it becomes like an antibody.
Yeah, like
so
a foreign
it will collapse.
thing.
Yes. So it will not stay. So when they're done with the BBL, let's say it's like a size like that. So if you don't go follow the procedure, which is you have to use proper the BBL pillows to sit, you can't just sit on any pillows. Because it will kill the fat. Then it will reduce. You understand? There is nothing to it. There is nothing to it. What is offensive is that when a woman goes from size 10 yash to size 18 yash.
Ayo, you're on TV. Ayo, I just need to be reminding you.
So that is where you have some consequences.
So I'm allowed to speak Hausa. I'm allowed to speak English. I'm allowed to speak Yoruba. I'm allowed to speak Igbo. I'm not allowed to speak Pidgin.
Yes, you are allowed.
So what's yash?
Why not go speak English? What's yash?
Yash na for English.
Okay.
Is that you have a size 8 woman goes from size 8 to size 14 or 16.
Yes.
That's obnoxious. That's offensive, even to the eyes.
Yes.
And you now see them struggling. You know,
work.
So those are the ones that have that crisis at home.
So
even before the old age, start having the crisis. Yes.
Now, what happens is that if he or she now combines it with lipo.
But his don't do it.
No, guys do lipo too.
Okay. To know if there are other ways for us to have this figure 8 that every woman craves to have. Anyway, stay safe out there. Do not go under the knife because you want to have figure 8. Stay safe. I am Patricia Uremu.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good afternoon. Welcome to 60 Minutes Nigeria. My name is Egosa Osamudiame Agunlao. I must tell you, today's program promises to be another exciting time because I have with me in the studio very distinguished personalities who will dissect the topic. We are looking at Edo State, but our focus is on infrastructural development and the living conditions of the people. Well, joining me to dissect the topic today, we have Dr. Maxwell Osaige. Nice to have you with us today.
Thank you, Egosa. Thank you.
We also have with us in the studio a leader of congregations, a very distinguished clergyman, analyst, and of course an entrepreneur, Bishop Lucky Omonabiese. Nice to have you.
God bless you, Egosa. God bless you, viewers.
Okay, you're welcome. So, you will agree with me that the governor of Edo State has lived up to his electionary campaign promises. I'll just bring one. I'm not saying all. He said that he will turn Edo State to a construction hub. Now, do you agree that he has done that? We've seen massive road rehabilitation in certain parts of the state. We just single out the Ramat Park flyover, which of course is the very first to be constructed by any administration. So we give kudos to Governor Monday Okpebholo for embarking on that project. He has assured us that the project will be ready soon. We've seen another flyover going on at Saple Road by Adesowa Road Junction. We give kudos again to Governor Monday Okpebholo for being the first governor to have embarked on these flyover projects in Edo State. But the question is, what about other parts of Edo State? I won't do the talking. What about the living condition? We watched a recent report where residents of the GRA Etete complained of adjoining roads that they are passing through Herculean times. Well, we'll just start with Dr. Maxwell Osagie, who is a lecturer and, of course, a very renowned analyst as well. Dr. Maxwell Osagie, now, looking at this topic, what's your opening remarks?
Okay, good afternoon, viewers. Well, infrastructure. I think in a state like this, when we want to look at the topic as it entails, Edo State infrastructure and everything, I don't think we should just look at it from the physical aspect of it.
Okay.
There are different aspects of infrastructure.
Okay.
Recently, politicians brought a concept called stomach infrastructure. So we must be able to put all these aspects on the table because whether we like it or not, is the #1 citizen, the governor, Monday Okpebholo, is the #1 citizen of the state. As a father, before you leave the house, you must ensure that your children are well taken care of. Not that when you are outside, you are hearing that they are fighting over a pot of stew or a pot of rice because it's not enough. So, but be that as it may, the reason why we are here is to actually look in details for the past 1 year, because whether we like it or not, by October this year, we'll be clocking 2 years in his regime, and before you know it, it's 4 years. But be that as it may, we will not say that he has not started well.
Okay.
You know, I'm not a politician.
Yes.
I'm a seasoned academia, so when I dissect things, I dissect things from a proper perspective.
Okay.
And vis-a-vis putting all the indices together, as well as the matrix into proper scrutiny. So we wouldn't say he didn't start well, he started well. But however, we're beginning to see a bit of adjustment from the focus we saw at the beginning of his tenure and everything. I think that's why we're here, and we'll look at it in details.
Okay, thank you. Opening remarks of Dr. Maxwell Osagie. Let's get the opening remarks of Bishop Lucky Obonabiese. Looking at Edo State, looking at the infrastructure, living condition, and the way the governor has started. What's your opening remarks?
Well, thank you, Osa. The governor is doing well, like concerning roads and whatever. He's still doing well. But the area of living condition, if you ask me, I'll tell you from my own research as a grassroots man with people, it's 100% zero. Because people are suffering. Fuel just moved from 800 something to 960 now. Yeah, and it is, and more the fuel increase, more things get tougher for the masses. Now, agriculture has been abandoned. Now, the only thing is focusing now is the infrastructure, flyover, roads in the village, in Nisha, in the I don't know. Yes, it's doing those things. But the people that want to use that road, if they are not fed, if they are hungry, they can't use that road. A hungry man does not climb flyover. It's not possible. A hungry man will not be able to use a road long time because he says he's hungry. It takes a man that is well fed to apply that road. Then the governor should plead, I'm appealing to him, direct some attention to agriculture sector so that there will be food in surplus, because scarcity of food, there must be inflation. If few people are bringing food to, we have in this hall and we have 40,000 persons here, and only 5,000 persons are supplying food, there's no way that food can go round. The people will also be suffering. In the area of infrastructure, flyover, road rehabilitation, all the road is doing, he's doing well. When it comes to agriculture, living condition of a dolite, an average dolite cannot boast of 3 square meters a day. There are people in some area they cannot take off, they can't boast 1 square meter a day. Why some even beg it to eat? Why some, yesterday I saw in my area, we took kids, a husband, a father, looking for how to get 2 cups of gari. I was just coming from somewhere and I saw him. When I look at him, I said, I need to say, my child not eat this morning. It's the little one I gave to him. Now, what caused that area? Because the guy is a farmer. Then those people, this herdsmen issue, they have taken over the area where he do carry his family business. Now it's back to the town. Stranded. The only thing know how to do, I became for him. Now those children now, they are suffering because of the father. Their father cannot provide for them again. Then the state governor, with due respect to our senator, he should please our governor tackle that area so that the people, I told you that I say tell will come that the people of this country, of this state and this country will be tired to a point that they will now start launching attack on the legislator, House of Assembly member, House of Friend, the senator. You start seeing people ganging up in the area, beating up a honorable member of Nigeria, House of Rep or House of Senate. God bless you.
Okay, I know what Bishop Lucky Okpebholo is talking about is that the governor of Edo State must revamp the agricultural sector so that more persons can be engaged in the agricultural sector. And to do that, he's saying this herdsmen farmers clash must be resolved. The forest, the farmland in the villages, in the various communities must be made safe for farmers to access their farms without being molested, without being assaulted, without being attacked. So that when we have more persons farming, then there will be more food in markets in the urban areas. That's what Bishop Lucky Omonabiase is talking about. And he's not saying that people willingly attack their representatives. No, but he's saying that we should avoid it. Because if the people are now hungry, then the politicians or their representatives are not safe in the midst of hungry people. I think that's what he's saying. Well, Dr. Maxwell, now we've seen that the governor of Edo State, distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo, seemed to be happy with just the flyover that he has done at Ramat Park. He seems to be emphasizing that. We know that other roads are being done, but some persons are saying that the roads in their communities, for instance, let's just take Oluku community. In Oluku community here, it is very easy for you to access Oluku community. They don't have roads. They don't have good roads. Most of their roads are in very bad shape. Some are having some are being threatened by gullies. Then it is the landlords that normally, donate money to sandfill their roads. It's obvious in Oluku community. The other communities, there's Iyowa, there's Naifo, there's Obaretin, there's Iyanomo. There are so many communities. This is Edo South. I've not even talked about Eastern Central or Edo North. We know that at Udomi, the hometown of the governor, is a construction hub. So many constructions are going on there. But some places are saying it shouldn't be just Ramat Park. The governor should also think of other roads in the localities, in various communities. Maybe you want to look at this perspective.
Okay, thank you. It will be unfair if we say the man on his own part has not tried. He has.
What are you talking about now?
Okpebholo, Mondo Okpebholo.
Okay.
He has, and he's trying. But just as you said, there are some areas and everything. But don't forget, some of this gully issue is not a state kind of thing. There's what we call ecological fund. And that ecological fund is directly from federal government in tackling some of these things. So you never can tell, but it's the duty of the governor to help in assessing this fund. He's both the state and the federal government on that particular, because gully definitely, you see erosion eating a certain area. We saw it during the time of Oshomole, how he helped in rescue Nauchi in some area and some parts in Edo South. But be that as it may, he has a good relationship with the president. After all, we constantly hear 2.5 million. And,
what's 2.5 million?
2.5 million. Because the governor has assured the president that he will give president 2.5 million votes.
In Edo State?
In Edo State.
Okay, so it's the baby of the governor now. It's the baby of the president right now.
Yes, the baby of the president.
Yes.
By virtue of president hearing 2.5 million, even though I think by the last calculation is our registered voters up to 2.5 million. I think the last time, I don't have that data here right now, but I know that there is no. I know that there is no election that we have conducted in this state that we have where you combine all the vote together that we had up to 1.5 million voters.
The governor may have his own strategy to get those numbers in favor of the president.
No, see, let us not play politics to gallery. See, when we talk about, there's the difference between Aristotle and Plato is that one is idealist, the other one is realist. Aristotle is realist. Many of the things we put into public view by way of idea, they are far from reality. Let us not come here in the name of playing politics, we hide things, and at the end of the day, nothing good come out of it. Let's talk what is actually real. What is real? I know that's not the debate for today.
Yes.
There is no election that we have conducted in this state, and I do not think the way the electioneering processes is going on now is only God that will make us in Edo State get 500 votes when you add all of them together, if it will be up to 500.
500 what?
500,000 or 5,000. I'm saying 5,000. I'm not even talking about 500,000 now. Talk less of 1 million. So, because the way the process is going right now is not happy. I'm telling you, I'm in the streets. I'm in the streets.
You mean you think people are hungry and they are?
It's not matter of hungry. There are things that makes people excited to say, I want to go and do this thing. I want to go and do this thing. Do you think that excitement is there right now between you and I and every other person? That 2027 election is coming. Oh, let me go and dust my voter's card. I will vote on that day and everything. It's not there. Because there are a lot of things, you heard my bishop just now, there are a lot of things playing in the minds of people. But be that as it may, let's come to the infrastructure. Okay. That stomach infrastructure, as he said. People are hungry. But is that the work of the governor? I doubt. Is that the work of the governor to make people not to be hungry and make people to be hungry? No, certainly not. But it's his duty to create those blueprints, those policies that will make things better. Has the governor been so helpful since he entered? He's not collecting tax anywhere. Nobody sells in the market and pay any tax. No bus driver drive from one place to another place and pay any tax.
Why is he not collecting?
There is no tax. Invariably, there are more money to the people. So the people are getting more money.
But even the drivers now, the drivers
are getting more money.
They have not reduced the taxi fare.
Yes, that is the nature of human being. That is the nature of human being. Once there is a hike in something, even if government have done their best in bringing it down and everything, you see them, it still remains. See, the scripture says, it said, the heart of men are desperately wicked. So while we point finger to those in authority, we at the grassroots are the greatest problem of Nigeria. Because we are not ready to make anything change. I want to give you an example. In my community where I live, there is one big company there, and they said they want to bring sand out to ensure that the they take care of the road and just grade the road and put sand. The people in the community who use that road on a daily basis, who complain that, oh, our tire and everything, immediately the company, just 2 days ago, said, okay, let me put sand on the road. The sand they were bringing now from their company, the same street people started meeting the driver, paying 30,000, 40,000 to channel into the building where they can do their own normal house filling. So
to fill their foundation.
To fill their foundation.
Instead of road.
Something meant for the road. So is that the governor's issue? Is that a governor issue? Will you say that company has not done well? Maybe the manager has given a go ahead. But individuals that are complaining on the same road are the people who started siphoning the processes. So see, let's call this spade a spade. Let's come back to the governor. In terms of road, yes, indeed, I don't understand why governor is doing a selective approach to road fixing. I don't know why he's doing selective. He's best known to him. He knows his pulse. So I want to believe the reason why he's not collecting all this money, if you go to Edo GIS, it's like everybody's sleeping there. That's an agency that is meant to be generating money. If you go to all other agencies and everything, if you go to our New Benin here, our FRO, what do you call it? Internal generators. Almost all of them are sleeping. Now, these are people that we are paying. See, when you live in a place, you must be responsible to the place. Now, one of the things that makes us responsible is that we pay our taxes. Yes, indeed, on the governor's zone, he has felt, okay, you need to bring food to the people's table. So, for that reason, he's not ready to take money from anybody. What he's getting from federal government is solving whatsoever he wants to solve. But he must understand that what will make the food to leave the farm to marketplace is good road. Now, as we speak, I have problem with the infrastructure. Let me tell you where my problem lies. For everything that he's doing is not actually the concept infrastructure developing, the company handling this thing. For example, Saplero. I live in Saplero houses. Okay. This Chinese company, when we are growing up, when we see Julius Berger, when they are doing road, when we see ROCC, when they are doing road, they create adjoining streets. They maintain a street where people can be passing through. But this the construction is going on. Now, what I saw in this 1 year plus of the infrastructural process is that we just see people doing road. They don't even care whether people live in that environment. They care less. And at the end of the day, you are impoverishing people by way of time, because time is money. If I'm meant to get to my place of work by 9, and I'm not getting to my place of work by 12, it's a problem. If you watch the policy of the cashless society that the president just suspended, why did the president suspend it yesterday? He suspended it because at the airport, people were spending more time all in the name of the cashless policy. And he said, as I yesterday, he said, this cashless policy is suspended so that people cannot be queuing. I said to myself yesterday, if you want to do this kind of thing, there are ways you create a better algorithm for it that will enable seamless approaches to it that people can pass and everything. He suspended that IGRO as a result of time that they are wasting over there. We have a governor. People are doing road. The people that are taking that road, they are hungry. They don't have place to pass. You cannot even take through Sapler Road. You pass here and pass here, they just block. Ogege, at a point I was driving, go and between Ogege and BIU. It's a problem with all the trailers and everything. No adjoining. The adjoining road they are doing, definitely before they do the main road, they do the gutter.
Yes.
Now you are doing a gutter across an adjoining road. You will do it, you will just leave it there. No slab that will enable them to drive at and move to their place. These are problems. So we are not saying you shouldn't do infrastructure. Must you do infrastructure to punish the Edolite? It's not done. So when we are looking at all these things, is yes, indeed, there is selective in the approach of the road. Okay. Yeah, people in GROA, they are crying. People in certain areas, as you mentioned, they are crying. So if you want to do road, just tell us. If you want to be fair, say 6 road in Edo South, 6 road in Edo Central, 6 road in Edo North. That is fairness and equity. So you heard President yesterday. We heard that he has approved 6 major roads across Edo State. That's transparency.
We'll come back to you, Dr. Maxwell. Bishop Lucky.
Yes, sir.
Now, I know that you have a lot to say. Looking at even the road infrastructure, the governor, like I said, in my own opinion, seemed to be happy with that. Is a flagship project. Yeah. The Ramak Park flyover.
Seriously.
Commendable. But there are other roads in other communities that are not tied. The rainy season will set in, and people will not be able to even drive out of their houses. So many roads in the communities, not in the city center. What's your take?
Well, the governor should extend this structural plan project to this community. Oluku here.
Okay.
Oluku, as a case study, there is no road.
No road in Oluku. It's so bad.
You pray if it rains in Oluku, if you came out of that road with that car still alive, it's by the grace of God. No road. Get to Yogi, no road. Igosa, no road. Okay, if you go to I call it Iyowa, there is no road. A Johnny Street in Iyowa, if it rains, is something else. Now, if you go to those area of farming, there's no road. The other day, last year, I'll go to one of my daughter to bring something from the farm. I have to park my car, get a bike. Even the bike, I have to store somewhere. Use my leg to go and look for, get the thing. Now, look at the people that are even farmers. They are suffering to bring those their goods to the urban city. And things must be expensive. The governor should, if he's giving his flyover, thank God for that, everybody happy with it. 100%, you give flyover 60%. The other 40 what? Give it to the community roads, so that we can, in case of tomorrow, we want to bring things down to urban area, we have road to bring it down. Then number 2, it should not select road. He's a governor of Edo State, not APC governor. I said before, I said, this party system in Nigeria is our problem. He's Edo State governor, not APC governor.
Once he's voted in, he's now governor of everybody.
Everybody, whether you are APC, Afghan, whatever party, whether you are Muslim, Christian, Voodoo, traditional person, king, we are all Edo-like. He's our governor. He worked for the Edo people. That party system, if you can remove it and start focus, okay, let me work for everybody. Because whether you like it or not, if you decide not to do my road where I live because I am not your party, automatically anytime I am passing there and my vehicle is getting breakdown, I will remember you. That this man is not about the party now. Yeah. The issue, I joined the doctor, he should come up with a strategic plan. In Edo South, I want to do 10 roads. Then with the Edo South, governor, sir, with due respect, this is your 10 road, do 6 in the urban area, and come to rural area where we produce food to the urban area and do 6. Edo Central now, when the last 2 weeks I was in Edo Central. If you go to Edo Central, the major area where the government is doing massive project is his village. Udomi. Why the other side? I asked one of them, I said, are you sure this area, are you people from Edo Central or you people from different area? The guy said they are tired. He just said, Bishop, we are tired. He said, we have talked and talked and we are getting tired. Okay now, if you come with a plan and do it 10 road in Edo Central, they share it according to their local government, 2 they only 5 local government, 2. If you're doing that of I don't know, to see everything. But if he's selecting, some people will not be happy. Then concerning that issue of...
Okay, thank you, Bishop. We'll come back to you. Yeah. This is 60 Minutes Nigeria. I hope you are enjoying the conversation. We'll take a brief break now. After that, Dr. Maxwell Osaige, Bishop Lucky of Monabiese, they are ready to actually dissect the topic. Okay, it's always a delight to have you back on the program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. My name is Egosa Osamundiame Agbonlao. I have with me Dr. Maxwell Osaige I also have Bishop Lucky Omonabiese. We are discussing Edo State, and the focus is on infrastructure and the living condition of the people. In other words, the welfare of the people. My guests have been able to establish that distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo is doing well and should be commended in terms of road infrastructure. But they are saying that while that is ongoing, the people must not suffer, because they've seen that where such constructions are going on, the residents, the locals are having problem driving out of their houses, driving to their place of work, driving to the school or wherever they are going to, because most of the adjoining roads do not have access roads to the major roads. A case in point, Sapele Road, flyover by Adesowa Junction, the residents of GRA Etete and some other parts of Sapele Road, Ajib, Ogege, down Sapele Road, they're having a lot of problems because they can't drive straight to Ring Road, which is the city center. At Ramat Park, the wonderful project of Mr. Governor, which is the flyover, commendable. But the other areas, there are so many roads that are supposed to link to the Ramat Park. Now, residents in those areas now, they are suffering because adjoining roads were not constructed, were not tied. My guests have also said that years back, in the 70s, sometimes roads are constructed even at night with floodlights so that you do not obstruct traffic during the day. But now construction is during the day, then at night the construction workers go to sleep. Whereas it used to be road construction at night with floodlights, then during the day they have cleared the road and there's easy movement. They have also talked about that years back in the 70s, when there's road construction, the company will first of all establish other adjoining roads where motorists can ply while the road construction is going on. But nowadays, they do not care about residents. They just focus on their road construction. Whether the people are suffering or not, the companies are not bothered. They are saying that should be thwarted. So that's the discussion. I will continue. I will continue with Bishop Lucky Omonabiese. You talked about that farmers in the various communities, that those roads in those communities ought to be given attention. Maybe you want to throw more light on that.
Yeah, because that's the only way you can transport those goods to the market, the urban area.
Yes.
If those roads are not motorable, how do you transport the goods? And if they now struggle and manage their way to navigate to bring the goods to the urban area with high cost of transportation, they still increase. The government should understand that the people in the town, they don't do farm. They work in companies and the rest, they get salary. Those in the urban and the rural area, they are farmer. They come to settle them, they get their money. It's trade by barter. But if you just focus on the urban area and forget about the rural area, then by the time those guys in the urban rural and farmer want to bring the product to market and start selling one tube of yam for 9,000, for a man that receive 5,000 and 50,000 salary, how will he survive? They need to understand that he need to come to the table with his cabinet and say, let us share it. We are doing 15 in those districts where I live. Okay, 5 in the urban area, 10 in the rural area. Tie the road, put street light, put security to guide the area. I'm telling you, also, between now and the next 6 months, all this issue of hunger, chaos and all will stop. But we that they are helping, that the government is helping, we should be able to also maintain the road for the government.
Okay.
Because something some Nigerian cities have some problem. They spoil government investment.
Yeah, I've seen that. Sometimes you will see side drains.
Yeah.
Side drains, refuse will be entering it. The landlords there will not even remove the refuse.
The last time he raised, Even the young one according that we are money because our area is bad.
Yes.
Somebody brought out refuse from his house, about 6 bags.
Brought it
for his erosion. And I told him, I said, indigenous block, you will say government are bad.
Yes.
You are the one blocking it. Because anything that brought this drainage, you see this road is dead.
So the people must support government.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Bishop. We'll come back to you. Dr. Maxwell, the way forward.
Yeah, the way forward is very simple.
Okay.
Permit me to use scripture again.
Yes.
The Bible says, a good man leave inheritance for his children.
Yes.
Sir. So in this context, the governor should look at it from this angle.
Okay.
What that means is this: even if you have killed 20 persons, you leave inheritance for your children. That part of the Bible that says you are a good man, you are a good man. For the fact that you left inheritance, you are aware that, oh, the children that are under me or the people that are under me shouldn't suffer. That one part is recognized as one of the attributes that God recognizes as making someone good. Are we together?
Yes.
Okay. So I think the governor should look at it from this context. That from since this democratic process,
okay,
we've really not have someone from Edo Central who massively got the support of everyone, okay, like this, aside Abrusali.
Okay.
Even with the massive support for Abrusali, we knew how it ended. If not Esama. You remember that rescuing him from prison. So now, Osareme Osumbo just spent few years, then Oshomole came in. Now, we don't think there is any court issue now that will likely remove, there is none. So he has his 4 years as the current governor. So invariably, the light has shined on him in the current dispensation as the first person coming out from the Edo Central, and he must be able to leave this regime as a good man. He must be able to tell the people that when next, I'm sorry, I try not to be sentimental, or I try not to go through tribal perspective. Yes. I try not to be sentimental when they come to tribal. Okay. But whether you like it or not, this is how our electionary processes has turned to, or our election has turned to, where it's now turn by turn. If a country is moving forward, do you care where the person come from? No, it's because the country is not moving forward. This one is saying my person must rule. But be that as it may, he's the first person right now in the current dispensation who we will say will finish his tenure. By God's grace, he will finish his tenure. And if God permits, if God tarries, he can continue and deliver for the Edo State people. But be that as it may, he must ensure that this legacy, posterity should speak for him by doing the right thing. And what is the right thing? Is by looking at the cry of the people. That is the right thing, not what the governor thinks. It's actually the people that he's serving. That should be the cry that he should listen to on a daily basis. So just like you heard the bishop said, when you do project, these are what we are thinking of. Create a blueprint on ground that will make people to remember you 20 years to come. Whether you like it or not, there are still some road in this Edo State that are attributed to Ugbemudia.
Yes, sir.
After how many years? We see say Ugbemudia did this road.
Yes.
So it should be said of it. In time to come, it should be said that indeed Monday Okpebholo, one-time senator who became governor, this is the road he did. I'm sorry, why I will thank the former governor on how he brought a more a kind of a structural tendency to governance and everything. One thing which I said in this program before, one thing I said that I was not okay with is that as the governor was leaving, all the road he did also left with him. Because whether you like it or not, there are still some road that we are still talking about that Oshomole did.
Yeah.
That are still active till tomorrow.
Tell me the road that the former governor did, Obaseki did, that will say is still standing as at today. I doubt. There are 1 or 2 command as far as those roads are concerned. But when you go to airport road, carry out research. Those roads that he did went with him. That's one part I didn't like about the former governor. Why I admire him in terms of administration, guidelines, and the policies he brought aboard, how he strengthened some areas and everything, he ought to have also put into proper perspective that indeed all this infrastructure are things that will speak for you 10 years to come, whether you like it or not. We take airport, we take this road now, Benin Lagos Road. Those extra lane that Oshomole added, if you had not added those lanes, today you and I would have still been in trouble in this Ugbowo Road. Take it or you leave it. Go to Airport Road. Everybody said it was impossible. You cannot expand it. He did. That thing is still there till tomorrow. No asphalt has been laid on it since he left. How many years now? Almost more than 10 years, almost 10 years since Oshomole left. The road is still active. That's why I said, tell me the road that the former governor did that I will say is still active. That's one part that is not speaking well for him. But however, this governor should take a clue from that aspect and said, should I want to do road that will just, when I'm leaving office, the road will go with me? Because one of the things we use in measuring the activeness and the doggedness and the performance of governors today are majorly infrastructure. How many roads did you construct? We don't even talk about water again. It's just the road, the road, the road. Now, if it is the road that we see that you construct, why will you just concentrate your attention on flyover? Flyover, flyover. There are other roads. We have more than how many millions of roads in those states. So you should be able to look at these things and say, how will this part benefit me? How will this part benefit me? And that benefiting you is the people that you are leading. No way constantly appearing in other media channels that are nationwide for the wrong reason. A few days ago, we heard destroying billboard in 21st century in certain part of the state. The other day, we heard we shouldn't be appearing for the wrong reason. And people thought, imagine they were talking the other day, say Edo State again. And I told me, I said, I am a proud Binima.
Yes.
A proud Binima. So when I hear Edo State again, invariably all of us, we are like this. We are not touts in this state. We are well-learned people, and we should be represented in the public in the manner by which everybody will look at us and said, yes, this is Edo State. Yeah. So those areas that the governor is not projecting well now, because whenever they go there to project it on all these media channels and everything, you are painting us in a very wrong manner. Meanwhile, there are a lot of things that he's doing.
Okay,
so you should be able to put this into
come back to you, Dr. Maxwell. Bishop Loki, yes. We've seen that we need to look at the good side of this governor, Pewolo. We've looked at other areas that we think that he should do more. Now, Professor Bruce Ali is one man who continue to remember God what he did in education.
Yes, sir.
So what legacy would you say that this governor should leave behind? What do you think this governor should do that we should remember him for?
Number one, he should carry everybody along. Okay. In all his projects, whether it roads, in agriculture, education, carry everybody along, because we are in the 21st century.
Okay.
He should carry everybody along. I should give us solid road. It's constructed road, let it be solid, so that will remain for the next 10 years. So that when the next governor emerges, he should not think of that road again. Okay. Not that you are leaving the road you constructed fought everywhere. The next governor is coming to tell us on that billion to reconstruct or upgrade the road.
As if they are doing one road all over again, all over again.
That's the GRA issue.
Then,
okay.
When you come to farm agriculture,
okay.
I said before, you should look for genuine farmers, not political farmers. We have political farmer, we have genuine farmer. Political farmer are those in party I quote,
yes.
Then they are not farmers, they farm by mouth. Then while the real farmers are in the bush, try to make this work. And or then bulldoze a large acres of land. Have state farming. to support individual farming. That state farming, when an individual person is selling a bag of rice for 80,000 or 70,000, let the state be selling for 50,000 or 40,000. You see, for know that high cost of goods will reduce. Edo State is a fertile land. In your backyard, come germinate. In your backyard, plant cassava stand. Yes. In your backyard, yams. The Edo State is the fertile land. We are blessed people. And the Edo people, we are not lazy. So for you, I say, I don't want to hear Edo man is a lazy man. That is provoking me. No, Edo man is a lazy man. It's just that if you pursue a goat to the wall, he will turn and face you with anger. Yeah. The Edo people have been pursued to a certain level that they are now seeing fighting back with anger. Not lazy, you are an Edo man.
Exactly.
You are not a lazy man.
No, I'm not.
You are an Edo man. Edo man, we're not lazy. Yeah. Because the people that are leaders are trying to frustrate us. We don't want to go out there in frustration, have a BP hypertension. Yes. We need to fight back. Yes. And then if you're able to do this too, if you're able to focus on quality road, quality education, quality agricultural infrastructure, I am telling you, we will not forget about it.
Thank you very much. Dr. Maxwell, while we are about concluding, recently the governor purchased so many equipment, tractors, bulldozers. In short, FCT Minister Wike was in Edo State to commission the project. But some persons are saying that such monies should have been maybe used to directly construct roads in rural areas instead of buying this equipment for local government chairman, that after some years you may not see those equipment again. What's your take as we conclude?
The same thing, I was coming there, same thing, the intention by which the governor using purchasing those trucks, they actually good intention. But it's not just all about the governor now. The people you are leading. You know, I said before, I said, we, the humans, see, the most difficult thing to lead is easy to control goat than to control human. No, I go and do research.
Yes.
Right. It is easy to control goat. If you tell a goat tree, he will run and come back. Tell human go, he will say, why? And you are asking him run for your life, he's asking you why. So if care is not taking, you telling him to run, he will tell you, you run. So it's difficult to control human being. Yeah, has the government done well by purchasing those things by way of saying, okay, fine, we don't want you to be saying you don't have money to carry tractor, you don't have money to carry bulldozer, so that we can have all those adjoining streets constantly being graded.
Yes, sir.
Then you buy diesel, just grade as many roads you want to grade. This is not a matter of looking for money now to say I want to rent tractor or I want to rent grader. You have it at your beck and call. But guess what? If that tractor work for 1 year without the writing memo to the state governor that the turbo charger of that tractor, is bad, and to get it you have to get it from Switzerland, and it will cost even half of the money the governor used in purchasing the tractor. Even the governor will be frustrated when he starts seeing memo in a year time of one part of those tractor equal to half of the amount he used in purchasing that tractor. Himself, he will tell them to pack it. So that is the problem of Nigeria. So I doubt whether we'll be able to maintain it, because it's not just buying. Nigeria does not lack policy. Nigeria does not lack ability to get, but we have maintenance issues. Do you know how many vehicles were purchased for police over the years? Can you tell me every year? After 1 year, the police tells you that they don't have vehicle again? Maintenance. So I doubt if we'll be able to maintain it. But be that as it may, it's a good intention. Grade as many roads you want to grade. We used to have it those days. We are just at when we were growing up, a tractor will just come and will just start grading your road. They said it's a local government chairman grading.
That has not been happening for years now.
So I think that's the culture that the governor is trying to bring back
into food, which is very good, and I commend him for it. So, but be that as it may, people should be able to extend this gesture that he has given to us. Let's take it back by encouraging him that this approach or this idea that he had become a reality in doing that. But the part I want to say, Ewosa, is this. It is this regime we constantly keep saying Chinese company coming in as helping us in infrastructural development. And their method, I think the governor need to speak to them. Their method is somehow like archaic in nature, 1960 method. Before Benin Asaba Road, they removed the former asphalt and everything. It took more than 6 months before they started now. And the work is a piecemeal and everything. And I asked myself, what kind of work is this? We know Julius Berger, when they start a work, they will tell you they want to close it to this level. The same way in Sapler Road, the OGG and BIO houses, the same problem. Sometimes we just ask ourselves, what are they doing? It seems to us that these people, they just wake up and say, okay, let's just do here today. They wake up tomorrow, let's do here today. So there is no a proper roadmap of, oh, we want to complete this kilometer section, or this section or this meter. Then we move from here to here and everything. It's just like, as you wake up, you do it. I think the governor should call them to order, okay, and tell them, please, the people cannot continue to suffer or in the name that you are doing road or you are building infrastructure. While you are building infrastructure, do you know what the life expectancy of Nigeria? Google life expectancy. Augusta, if you are not spend more than 58 years in Nigeria, now God help us. Because it has been scientifically proven that life expectancy in Nigeria is 58 years. So anybody that passes through that exceeds that age, God has saved you and God has saved me. So what that means is this: government is killing us on a daily basis.
Thank you very much. Bishop, just one word, conclusion, please.
Well, I beg our governors, Senator Mondo, please give 40% to agriculture and come and help the rural areas so they can work and provide food for the people in the urban area. God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much. That's the show. I hope you've enjoyed every bit of our discussion. A lot has been said, and I expect those in authority, those in charge of governance, to heed the advice of my guests and get things right. Do have a wonderful weekend. Bye-bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Sana o, me para por ya o.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
But first now, good evening. The program they watch now, Udwata. Udwata means heart of the matter. With the original from Independent Television. We do this every Monday, this kind of time, because we always bring different issues. You will see different things in the morning, how it happen. In the evening, we'll give you updates and also add to some of the things that happen, or give you the developing stories about those things. And also we see they do this week we get another fresh discussion. We'll see more give now, one serve now. This evening I hope see on a body tranga for inside cloth. Yes, many thanks to everybody who say they always watch this program, and yes, our team of engineers don't put everything in place. And about next week, yes, I'm very sure that yes, as we talk, you people will talk to us back by calling our telephone numbers. Okay, my name is Mark Pololo. Yes, with the Uzi, I did with now here again inside this program. I did with my brother Victor. I go to Victor. Good evening.
Good evening. You are good evening at home.
Okay, we see the expectation of our brother Ichoya Iwobe, and he will soon join us either via Zoom or he will come join us live for Insta. But why the program they call make we start like this? Many issues are for inside politics for Nigeria. We will start from the home front. Victor, my brother, the way the route to go, can you this surprising the almighty Bala Mohammed of the PDP and the former or the chairman of PDP Governors Forum what JNPC?
Number one, there is no more governor forum because there is no governor. PDP governor again.
I have told the video before.
Okay. Two people will not form follow. Okay. I am not surprised to be candid. I am not surprised because what has been happening is a revolution, political revolution. The agenda that has been going on, and I know it will get to this stage. Even the last man standing, don't be surprised when you hear him say he's going to join the ruling party. Why?
Who is the last man standing?
It's Makinde of Oyo. He's the last man standing now. As of today, as PDP is concerned, we have 4 governors who have not defected yet. Makinde of Oyo, Anambra, Oti of Abia,
yes,
and Osun.
Yes.
So these are the 4 governors who are not there. By tomorrow.
But Osun just go do accord now.
It's not with the ruling party. I just mentioned.
Okay.
Governors, the 4 governors that are not
the ruling party.
Each party have one governor.
That's true.
So the 3 parties, the 4 of them is one governor each. So the other 32 plus Abuja, I will be president. Why? Because what we not come to know as the Tinubu carrot. So, according to what they have been said, they say it's irresistible.
Irresistible.
It's a honey that is sweet. It is a honey that is sweet. It's a honey that is sweet and medicinal. It's not a sugar.
Irresistible.
Irresistible honey.
Because for someone to carry the almighty Bala Muhammad,
the carrot is irresistible. And if that go to you, he said it's your choice. Take it or forget it. You will still get your state. What will you do? You look at it. And political survival is also a part of it. If I say take this carrot, they guarantee me political survival. Okay, let's look at the Bala Muhammad case. When we are able to see that according to the agreement, they are making him to move, it is a 60-40 arrangement. 60-40 arrangement. Senatorial ticket has been offered to him. Senatorial ticket. He's a governor, city governor who has not finished his tenure. And the only unresolved issue within them now is who is going to nominate the successor. That's exactly what they said is outstanding. Even in spite of that, all things being equal, by tomorrow, there's going to be official declaration for him to finally join.
My God, speak pidgin. I'm not for that.
So now tomorrow they say he will go join them. So he already arrange everything. The only one he never arranged. Now they say who want to appoint the successor. So that irresistible carrot, that carrot women person of the throw away, the way aroma they shake everywhere. So that where aroma they shake everywhere, come make and say once they show it to you. You have no choice but to don't go meet them.
Yes, sir.
That is why all the whole government in Nigeria, they have to work. Okay, they don't go one direction. They never see this kind one before. No country, I don't know, Nigeria is turning to have become a one-party country, one-party state. Now so we come to see here today. I'm waiting with a look with this. It's unfortunate.
Okay. Going by this arrangement, they talk about one man standing. That one man standing, by history, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu be did like that for the Southwest. Yes. It was really one man standing and a comfy stand. You believe say Seyi Makinde go fit?
The Seyi Makinde Bola Tinubu of the old. Because now my person that time of the old, they are not the same at all. Because now Tinubu that time have godfather, they get godfather. And the godfather that time, Ibrahim Adesoya did for grand well. So and he carry people. The tsunami, that time they call it the tsunami, the political tsunami that wiped everybody away from Southwest. Then from there, they build supporters again. But I'm not sure Makinde can be able to do that.
Why?
Because I did not see him as a person who get that ability to mobilize people. Because if he had that ability to mobilize people, PDP will not have crumbled the way it crumbled. The other one, Tinubu, now election will take happen. It happened for by-election. But this one, you days there, they carry your people. You can't do anything.
Well, let's look at the problem of PDP. What will really be the issue when they not resolve?
Okay. You see, PDP problem now self-destruct. Now then, in self-affliction, it's a self-affliction, political rascality, and political gangsterism. Now, he kill PDP. PDP get opportunity to have repositioned the party and made the party the darling of everybody, but they squandered that chance. The way Nigeria squandered oil windfall, Operation Desert Storm. You know Operation Desert Storm?
Yes, sir.
Nigeria make so much money. The money was squandered. that political capital for PDP was squandered like that. Now, when you know Obi was in PDP, Obi was campaigning from state to state until they could tell and say, come, we like you, we like your style. We go only vote for who give us money. That was one piece. We will give money. Now pull up for PDP. They don't tell them. Then yes, Wike so say okay fine. No be money they want to do the thing. I go spend the money. I want contest. But make una know say na nothing I just dey finish presidency now. The next position should go to South. Now so we take arranger. It's called gentleman agreement in PDP. When Obasanjo was president, when he was back going, Peter Odili already win ticket finish. When Obasanjo call and say, come, Odili, I be Satana. I just be finish 8 years. You a Satana cannot take 8 years. Cannot take the president. Pack your load, go house. Now I'm not Tana. Now I'm not this thing go. If whether now know how you do it, anyhow when you do at that time, Odili for win the ticket. But Obasanjo stopped him and said, go home. This position is good to North. After it will come to South. And so we did the arranger they go. But the Northerner, through Atiku, who was greedy for power, say no, Kabwa, who betrayed Wike, say no. Okay, now, the political primary when they do for Port Harcourt, yes. When Atiku win the ticket, Kabwa was become the no Satana contest. Now Wike now sponsor Kabwa 100%. Every money that was spent, set up delegate, everything. Only few candidates they beat Kabwa. Now Wike now sponsor. Now when it's now they talk for a Satana to contest, all of them still come say they want contest. That time the Satans, all of them say, may no Satan person contest. This position is for a Northerner. But when you read to say it is for Satan, that is number one betrayal. Number two, Wike when sponsor. When you read grant of election, he say he has something to say. After everybody has spoken, everybody don't talk finish. Nobody is supposed to talk. That is a ringing. It's a form of ringing. He said, he has something to say. Then they give him a chance. He said, now I'm standing down for my brother Atiku. Those who wanted to vote for me before vote for Atiku. That was a open reading. Because everybody don't talk finish. Nobody is supposed to talk at that stage. So, somebody who is sponsoring against Atiku before, you will not telling people that you bring come, vote for Atiku, not vote for any other person.
And I think the national chairman at that time called Hog and say, you are the hero of this convention. Abi?
Yes.
Which means that it was prearranged.
Thank you. Now, so that is a two-way betrayal. That is what made Wike to be very, very angry against PDP. That will make Wike to be very angry with PDP, especially Tambuwa. Say, okay, if you wanted to say you are stepping down, you would have been, okay, I'm stepping down, I'm no longer contesting. I leave it for my brothers and let them, I will vote, I will only vote, no vote for me again. Vote your choice. That would have been better. They would have kept their friendship. But when you make pronouncement, this is a particular, all my candidates, the particular person you must vote for. That's an open ringing. So that was how he betrayed Wike. The 5 governors who saw this as a slap said, no, we will not support our party. That was where PDP killed themselves. Now, the final leg to the coffin was choosing vice presidential candidate. Then they now hold a meeting. They now say, okay, fine. In order to pacify Wike, what happened? May they choose Wike as vice. They were grouped like that. So then Atiku now said they should give him They should not give him 3 candidates. So Atiku, they now pick Wike, they pick Okowa, and pick one other person. But the rumor has it is a rumor. Also from the grapevine that this man, the governor, was now pushing money to settle people and say he can bring a substantial amount of money to support the campaign. So finally, Atiku now keep picking Okowa instead of Wike. And that one said, it be like a fire when already they burn, they don't even add kerosene, they can't add oil. So where the breeze reach, now so we will burn reach. And they say, okay, since that is how people want it, we will burn the house down. That's how the problem they start. Because if you really have leaders who were serious within the party, who can mobilize, immediately you would have said, okay, it's season like this, they will have put their feet on the ground and say, no, you can't go like this. Let me give you an example. When they did 1999, when they did primary for Lagos, Tinubu no win primary, governorship primary, no winner. They did primary. Now this one I can say, maybe the councillor, we will do consensus. Tinubu came through consensus. As a come through consensus, so they have to look away to pacify every camp. Then they have to go and bring Kofo to become his deputy. That was how Kofo became his deputy. You know, it was not, it's not an arrangement. When you are doing things like this, you must have a political sense, what they call political sense, common political sense, to say everybody is important when you come to politics, because politics is by number. Then you can say you can go to where and burn to ashes, we don't care. A real politician don't talk like that.
That is what and the sense. I think recently in an event, this current president, yes, he jammed he and Lai Mohammed and one other person for one gathering. But this person, I'm trying to recall the name, and this person, as they come, he has been in the opposition. They talk against the president before. But when he come, when the president told to Hoga,
yes, exactly.
Then this man knows your camp do. Let the matter so don't be camp to do for politics.
No. These are the things, these are the lessons these politicians refuse to learn. Now, if you look at it, okay, look at, for example, Arigbosola.
Yes.
Arigbosola is from Osun State, but Tinubu gave him a commissioner position in Lagos. Groom him and send him to Osun to go and contest. And he contest and won. What of Ondo? I think yes, Ondo. I think Mimiko. Then look at it was a little, just say a little something that make James did not become governor of Kogi State.
Yes.
Like representing Lagos.
And they say this can't die.
Thank you.
The former governor now died. They don't really finish.
They don't already announce results. They have not.
The man can't die.
The man can't die. And that there was a lacuna in the law.
Yes.
The lacuna was that the law did not specify what happened if they have not been sworn in and the principal that what you do, what you will do. But common sense would have tell you if they have been sworn in, the deputy
automatically.
But automatically let the deputy to go. So they play a very dirty and dangerous politics.
Yeah.
That one not give rise to people like Yaya Bello. You know, these kind of people that comes like this, they are very, very dangerous. I give you history. Amechi did the campaign. Amechi is a Central Supreme Court governor. He did the campaign, he didn't win any election. He's a mayor that campaign and won election. So until they used Supreme Court to remove Omeya and brought in Amechi, Amechi didn't have a good record. So if people like this, that Supreme Court to bring it to power, okay, they call one another Supreme Court governor there now. They call him, no. They talk and say na Supreme Court governor. I don't know where the Supreme Court governor is. But go and check the history of the. So they are always like this. So politically, they did not do it well. PDP people did not do it well. Where a person like Sheyi Makinde, if he had influence, we were able to mobilize people. This thing would have been able to be resolved. So
no. But another question is, because let me just take as Dame as a leader. His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, you know, if you resolve PDP problem, you can go ADC.
Yes.
Then how will people now look at him as somebody who will say, well, rule the whole country? If you know if you resolve the PDP problem, does it really mean say now really selfish interest in the try to pursue?
You see, these politicians, I can tell you, 90% of Nigerian politicians, they are driven by self-interest. You know, there are some self-interests that can trickle down.
Yes.
This self-interest is not the one that trickle down. It's a dangerous, primitive self-interest for wealth accumulation. They just want their own. Because what Tinubu did, how many politicians in Nigeria can do? Look at Atiku now. He's running. When they are telling him now, it is a certain position. Look at Tinubu. When they say it was a northern position, he brought out his money and ensured that Buhari become president.
Yes.
He didn't contest. Even in that election, Tinubu, Atiku also contest against Buhari.
Yes.
In that first APC election.
Yes.
Say, okay, fine. Go and check whether certain are there among them. They say because this position right now is for the northerners. But when he now come to say, okay, let him put it be certain, they will say, no, we don't agree. We go do it. It not be money we will put on. And what they have shown is a lack of capacity to manage situation. If there was problem, go deal with the
where our elders in PDP, like people like Bode George, our Papa, because
reason there are people
Bode
like
George, Sule Lamido, Audu Ugbe, all those people, where are all of them?
Sule Lamido. I was looking at what Sule Lamido said today. I read what he said today. He's saying that we should come together. Everybody now should embrace Wike and let all work according to Wike condition. I read it today. I'm telling you now. He was addressing people the breaking of Ramadan and all that. He was addressing them.
But a very smart person. Before you continue, a very smart leader. Unless the person just want to be, may I not use all those kind of bad on television. Unless the person just want to pretend. Therefore, no say wicked, they aggrieved. Why they not call that man say, okay, true, this is the way we do you, no good.
Okay.
Maybe resolve.
Thank you. He's not a smart leader. Even that, what do they call him? Sule Lamido. Then you will go and you compare wetin talk when wicked dey vibrate. Say this thing we una do. Now we want me we destroy. May we pull for this umbrella. May not contain anybody. He say who be wicked? Who be wicked? Wicked without wicked. PDP is going to where they want to go. The motor move anywhere now. The motor will be crippled. The umbrella, even there is no strength in the umbrella at all. Now only the pipe remain. So when they started, they were arrogant. They were grandstanding. This thing will have offended you. But what does it take? You see, when you are talking about politics, political strategy, you must put everybody's interest into it and say, look, if you do this one to this one will go away. Watch Tinubu, for example. Go and check since Tinubu become president, whether he have castigated anybody. He don't. Because he is still finding a way to make that person to join him. He has succeeded to do what has never been done in Nigeria. That one president, the only person who did it was Abacha. And was a Babagom. If you don't join us, so the whole political party now nominated one person as a presidential candidate. Is there going to be any no election again now? So this one now is not doing it by gun. He's doing it by strategy and carrot. So he's the only man who have been able to sit down and say, this is the direction I want to go. I want to do it like this. But all of them that were in PDP, they were blindfolded with power. Say, we are going to take the power. We are going to do the people are suffering. Yeah, the people were suffering. But then you were by yourself putting fire in your house.
Okay, let me take you down memory lane as a student of history. In Jonathan time, many governors joined PDP. But you know what?
No, Jonathan time is quite different from this time.
Okay,
Jonathan time there was also grievances.
Okay.
The grievances was that Jonathan was going to contest second tenure.
Yes, sir.
Which is Jonathan Akonrida as third tenure.
Okay.
Because I finish this person who Yar'Adua he can't do one tenure. And they were saying Jonathan should not contest. That is now a time for the North to take position. Jonathan said, by constitution, I can still contest election. So there were grievances, even within the party. So those grievances were not resolved. And Atiku was actually, the brain behind the grievance was Atiku. Atiku, then Amechi was scattering the southern part. He was the chairman of Governor Forum, Nigeria Governor Forum. He was the chairman. As a matter of fact, he took Jonathan to court. When they look at the case in court, he's going to win. Jonathan had to beg him that they should remove the case from court for amicable settlement, out of court settlement. And you see, all the whole thing, they now form APDP. This was where they balkanized, they destroyed PDP and made Jonathan not to win the election. But however, Jonathan actually won that election. He didn't go to court. If Jonathan had gone to court, Jonathan would have been declared the winner of that election. But Jonathan refused to go to court because Jonathan was white. The country has been put under siege. That is the insecurity we have been seeing today now. The country have been, you have the security report. As a president, every security situation of the country is with you. You have seen it, see where they came from, what the whole thing that was going to happen. Even if they would have declared him a winner, the country would have boiled. So you now say, okay, fine. No Nigeria blood is worth my political ambition. I'm not, maybe take it away. Let me give you an instance. In Kano, they had 2.something million votes in Kano without no single one voided. Where you want to say that one? In Kano, 2015 election, Kano had 2.something million votes for Buhari without no single voided vote. What does that show you? And guess what? The INEC resident officer of Kano and his wife and children were burnt alive.
Yes.
And we all know these things. What do you think that will happen? That is, in case this man go to court, any eye that can provide serious evidence should be eliminated. We all know this. If you have a serious case in court, you have destroyed the evidence, the case died. They're natural death. So you're sleeping at night, they burnt everybody. That man was wiped out the surface of the earth. Did Nigeria talk about him today? No. Who paid that supreme sacrifice? So it's not that we don't know what happened. Then Nigeria have been spilling blood since they have been able to contain the situation. No, it would have been worse if Jonathan was there. In terms of insecurity. But maybe he would have been able to, because he has already made arrangement for bilateral agreement with other nations and bring in mercenaries to deal with the situation. But unfortunately, he decided he don't want to contest it and he didn't go to court.
Alright, if you just join us, the program of Udwota means heart of the matter, and when they go down memory lane, when they go back to history. Fortunately, now only one governor na PDP can get right now. All the other governors don't come out, and we're not going to know where that governor maybe Sheyi Makinde. And so it's time for politics. Many things they happen. Program of Udwota and we reach that from Independent Television. Don't forget to star 347 star 732 hash. We won't give out 2.5 million. Make you be part of the people who say enjoy that money. A lot of people win, you feel be the next person. Star 347 star 732 hash. ITV radio has a time. That's our raffle draw. Just enter and you go enjoy and say yes, you should to be part of that program. All right, make we take one short break. The program Udwota will continue after this break. Okay, if you just join us, the program Udwota means part of the matter. I'm original from Independent Television. Every Monday, we call it the vibrate, we call it the vibe. We talk about issues we see they happen around our country. And you will say you watch us for us, obviously you follow up for this program, and like I talk, from next week or Tuesday, Monday, you will also be part of the program. We'll open our lines for you so that you will come. But before we enter the next part of discussion, Victor, now where we do right now, a very dangerous one. PDP don't go. If that's the Labour Party, don't enter home. We know you have Labour Party again. And now, the only part when we see if they come out now be ADC. As at last week, what do we name now? Some 9 senators they camp to the ADC. 9 senators they camp to the ADC. I think last week or within the week or so. That's a very good sign. But my colleague, a very senior colleague for that matter, for our sister television for Arise, you know, they call File Seni. It mm. only talk say the ADCs, they look them like jokers. So because they say what they're supposed to act, they're not act. Do you see ADC as the Messiah number one? Is there any hope for ADC the way they go?
As a matter of fact, I don't talk this thing many times. ADC never do something when they take them serious. As of today, now only one person they get, which is Peter Obi. Now only one person they get.
But they don't know what they talk yesterday. Say make they make what do we name? Atiku president. Then either Obi or Amici to be vice. That's the only way ADC go stand. And now the body language of the party, they speak so.
Yeah, but what are we even hearing in the news? That even the South, and doesn't Amici not Obi. I don't know whether it's true, but if what we are hearing is true, so when you look at it, you discover that as of today, there is no sign of seriousness within them. Because if there's going to be a sign of seriousness, you will know, you will see it now. Okay, for example, I am not seeing the NDC put up the advert saying, this is our party, this is what we stand for, to start educating the people.
But they see the phone news, I don't say 5 TV news. Like when Obi comes, when Obi come Bini, when Olumide Pata the camp, when they destroy the office, when they go shoot them, all of those things, and they see them.
News.
Okay.
They have not put their own. You know, so the way you will break and say, now we be this, now we be this, now we this how we they know us, and this is how we want to do Nigeria. They do opposition when no get direction when you want to take us go. Are you getting what I'm saying? Now these people, this current leadership in Nigeria, they are taking us to nowhere, from one hardship from fire to fire. Then they say we don't even know where they want to take us to. What are the problems you want to put on ground? As of today, how many months to election? There is no program ADC have brought out to say this is what we entice the people to the party. That will make them vote for the party. The only thing that make them today to talk about ADC is that Peter Obi what I'm talking about just now. But if you remove that one, who remember them? Who remember the ADC what we they talk about? That Dele Momodu is almost like a servant to Atiku. So you know it's what political interest is talking about. All these politicians, majority of them, 90% of them don't think about Nigerian interests. It's only about their own interests and what will benefit them. And this is how they run the country they are running aground. Even when you know that you cannot perform, you cannot do, but we'll put you there. You say now you will put, because now you will satisfy our interests. If there is somebody who can do and will benefit everybody, they will not bring that person. Because they will not say, we are not looking for a person who will satisfy everybody. We are looking for a person who will satisfy us. So that is how Nigeria has been wrong. And they are doing like that, they continue like that, and they are... See, ADC, PDP, APC, all these parties, they are just one and the same thing. Because when a purpose is not known,
abuse is inevitable.
Abuse is certain. So this is where I said ADC is not a serious party. As of today, as at today, maybe they will change tomorrow. Hey, by now, ABC jingle should be on no radio and television station. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. When they form APC that time, immediately they form APC, they throw jingle and start letting people know what they want to do. They come with the mattress of change. We want to change the government and make it better. So now we don't have anything about them. What do we know about them? What are they telling us? Nothing. They are not telling us something. So you just think that people will not come out to say vote for ABC. How are they going to do that? And these people are ready. APC, did you know how many trillions have been set aside for election?
I tell you. I tell you, say they say serious.
Oh,
they show you the passbook?
No. But look at it. Right now, do you know how many trillions APCs cannot account for? Under this administration, yes, they can account for trillions. What do you think? You think say the trillion don't walk away with that?
They say they cover for the lapses of former President Buhari.
They are covering for the lapses of former President Buhari. And then you take that one, hook, line, and sinker. No. What are they covering on? Tell us. We are not talking of hundreds of billions. We are talking of trillions, tens of trillions that they can't account for. We are not talking about the hearsay, audited report. Audited report is a legal document.
Yes, sir.
Saying this thing is missing. This one, they are waiting for election. That day on election day, one person will be getting 100,000. Vote for just APC, 100,000 take. You will look like this. I have not worked this one for the past 3 days. That is why they have weaponized poverty to subdue the people, and the people will submit willingly. And they know what they are doing. These people.
Alright, if you just watch again the program of Daughter with the listener from Independent Television. We must talk about politics, we must talk about governance, we must talk about government, we must talk about institutions, we must talk about the people, we must talk about poverty, we must talk about hunger. We must talk about leadership, we must talk about control, we must talk about schools, platform, universities, anything, because this is the center of the world. All right, like I told, *347, *732#. If you watch us now, just dial am. Your name will just register for there. We will give out 2.5 billion, so you will be part of people when we say either you carry 100,000, 50,000, 200,000, 250, as the case may be. So now try this whole thing. Okay, Victor, another problem don't hit the world, which is US, Israel, and Iran. Yeah. Where is the world today? The world is suffer.
Well,
as of today, a company that says some other countries, they try to release their reserve, yeah, to cushion the effect of the
oil price,
but this no work. It best it go down small, it don't come up again.
It will be like that because 30% of the world oil,
they pass through Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you. They pass there, and Iran have authority over that place. They are the one. Iran say is.
They say whoever pass there, they go bomb up.
It is closed. Who you want to try?
People they talk say maybe I say they don't put some what do you call it? Is it landmines for that place?
There are mines.
Yes.
They are planted. Man, you see, when fight come, you use everything you have to fight your enemy. That is also a part of what they have. Since you are fighting us, we don't get power like you. We will do it that the whole world will feel the impact. Next time you will reason twice before you try us another this way. Now, when you look at it, Saudi Arabia oil passed through there. Iran oil, Iraq oil.
Yes.
All those
Gulf states.
The Gulf states.
Yes.
They all passed there. 30% of the world oil. Then talk about the natural gas, liquefied natural gas. They pass through that place. What is the alternative? Alternative is to come and pass through Africa with a high cost.
Yes.
Pump through pipeline. They have Saudi Arabia have pipeline, and that pipeline can only deliver 7 million barrels a day, whereas through the canal through that they have about 21 million barrels per day moved through daily. So it is going to be a problem. That is why we draw that line. Say, let's involve the whole world. Now, those crude mainly are going to Asia. And that is why what they said, America is approaching China now. Because China is still a friend to Iran, to try to see if China can be escorting a ship across that place. So they will not become. EU are reluctant to join. Yes. Because when Trump became president, he shit on all of them and mess up his own allies that would have given him a very broad support. That is why many people sometimes they destroy what we have there. Because of 1 naira, you are destroyed 2 naira, and everybody is feeling the impact. But unfortunately, the manager of Nigeria economy did not prepare for a situation like this. So everybody, including Nigeria, we don't supposed to suffer anything. Then why are we suffering? Why is so much impact in the Nigeria economy?
Japan say you know go carry them because when Donald Trump could appeal to all these their allies like Japan, Australia, maybe they carry their warship till they escort oil past there. Those will say that they will do.
Yes, they will not.
Why?
Because Donald Trump did not treat them properly, treat them well when he became president. He was hitting them with tariff here and there. So the people you have messed up like this, go back to them to beg them for help.
For the first time, price of petrol come increase for America.
Yes, this is going to be like this until they resolve this matter on a round table. Now the thing there is this: I'm not surprised things go like this, because America is a country of war. People don't understand that. It's a country of war. In their life, there is always be war.
Because even as we speak, we never even finish it one. Donald Trump, they're talking about Cuba. That Cuba now be the next target.
Thank you. So it's always a country of war. Did you know? If you know the history of America, you will the other thing that is happening is just a child's play. That is their nature. When America got independent, 1776, they got independent. They declared independent. They didn't even get independent. They declared independent. They were just 13 colonies. 13 colonies, which are equivalent to 13 states. How many states in America today? 50. They are trying to make it 51 by taking care of Canada. Yes. So all other states were acquired through war and buy over. For them, like Alaska, they bought Alaska from Russia. They bought some from Spain, and from Britain they bought some, and they declared war. California was California and other states around California were part of Mexico. California cut themselves out of Mexico through war. America supported them. Immediately after a year, they acquired California, and they declared war on Mexico. They took Mexico 55% of the whole country. They harnessed it and added it to America. They have been their lifestyle about war. And what I've seen is that, especially when it is a Republican leadership,
yes,
they always fight war. And it's no different from Donald Trump today. Gulf War, Desert Storm, yes, it is them. Everything, this always has been like that. But my prayer is that they will not plunge the war into Third World War. Because this small thing now, small Iran, is affecting Nigeria. If Third World War starts, you know what it's going to cost? It's going to be a devastating one for the whole nation, including Nigeria. Because our manager of economy are not preparing. But this thing like this is not supposed to affect us.
How?
The oil we are producing, who owns it? We own it.
Yes.
How do we own oil? Because oil is going up in the international market, we are pushing the oil to international market to go and sell, to make money to steal, instead of them giving the Dangote to
make money to steal.
Yes, now, because the dollar is not coming in a bigger form, they are getting money to steal. There's no accountability in Nigeria. Go to NPC is in a mess. I just told you, edited report of NPC. Seniors cannot be accounted for. And now they are making more money. Are you seeing the money? Where you go to see the money? Where are we suffering? From our own thing. Your own property will be suffering from it. We take this, God give us this product. It's in our land. You take it out. Take it to market. It's like a farmer who produce yam or cassava or gari or rice or beans from farm, refuse to feed his family and take the produce to market and sell because he want to get money. Is that a farmer a good farmer? No. The way things are today, you say okay fine. Now it's like this. Dangote, there was oil this swap they made with refinery from Mota and other place, but during Buhari time. Why not bring that, refine the agreement with the Dangote? Now, how many cubic liter or cubic of how many million cubic of petroleum do we need to consume every day? What is the how many barrel of crude oil that will produce that?
Yes, per day.
We will give you. Produce it for Nigeria consumption only. We are not exporting that. We will give you the one you will be using to do your export. What is wrong with that? So, but if you do that, it will benefit everybody. And Nigeria economy cannot run. Those who are running our economy and those who are leading us, they don't want to pursue or implement a policy that will benefit everybody. They must make sure that people are subjugated, people are crying and suffering. Because it was a fella that once said, suffering and what? Smiling. We suffer and we smile and we say, this person is doing us a favor. Is it not the people that are supporting this government now? How much is a liter? A liter is 1,300. A liter of fuel. In Nigeria, somebody will say, other countries they pay more than that. The economy of that country, if for example, every day I earn maybe 300,000. Just say 300,000. I earn it every day. If a liter is 1,500, I don't bother. Put it in my car, fill my tank. I move away. How much will I spend to buy a full tank? Probably maybe about 70,000 or 80,000, or maybe 100,000. Out of 300,000, 500,000, I make 300,000. I fill my tank. That tank will carry me for 2 weeks. If I fill my tank, carry me for 2 weeks. For 100,000. I will not bother. But the people are suffering. They will not increase the suffering of the people because Nigeria economy is a fuel-driven economy. Anything that happens to fuel, every other thing is affected. They know this, and they are clapping hands. So, when I read the book Audacity of Hope, written by Barack Obama, he said something in that book. He said deliberately, private jet will be given to him to use. He said we will not use them. Deliberately we use public transport and public airline. He said the reason is that he wants to mingle with people and hear their complaint, to understand what they feel. Go to public and interact with people. From there you can know what they are feeling, the feeling of the people. Then you act accordingly. But this we have a elitist type of this thing.
Don't you think say now so Donald Trump also be because for instance now this the American USS GL warship in the Gulf it cost them about $15 million to maintain it per day. What if they won't get where they spend that kind of money compared to $20,000 which the name is where around the truth.
Okay, now you see the thing there is this. If you understand, for example, how come that every business you want to do internationally, what currency do we use?
Dollar.
Why? And how did it happen? These are the things you must know. Dollar, the international business was dollarized. America did it purposely. And anything that will sustain this kind of advantage, but no matter what, at any cost, that is what they are doing. And this thing was coming from the Gulf. They used Saudi Arabia to do it and insist that oil must be sold in dollars. We only buy oil, we only sell oil if you are ready to pay in dollars. Everybody start agreeing and falling in line. Is it dollar is the highest currency in the world? No. Pounds and euro are higher than dollar. But that is how America told them, if you help us to achieve this, we will ensure your safety and security. America can spend anything in the Gulf because of Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia has stand. Any government who want to bring an idea to remove dollar as the currency of international business, that person is gone. Do you know what happened to Venezuela president? Although he committed offense, this is his agenda. The time has come to get dollar out of the business. They got him out. Dollarization of international business was enforced by Saudi Arabia. And anything they will do to provide security for Saudi Arabia, they will do it, no matter at any cost. No, doesn't matter who is the president of America. This agenda must be sustained. It's our national interest. Do we have such in Nigeria? No. We fall up on that. We don't have any politician or leader who have national interest. No, who fight for national interest. There is none. They all fight for personal interest. What I can get, what will come to me.
Which means that as it is now, there is no end in sight. This suffering will continue.
This suffering,
as we begin to
this suffering may not continue.
But there is any signs, any sign say the suffering will continue, never come.
Yes, why I'm saying this is that all hope is not lost.
How?
Thank you. Because 24 hours is a long time in politics. 24 hours. But it's like a long time in politics. Let's watch until primaries are done. Let's see how they do their primary. Let's see who is coming on board, who is going to be candidate. Then what is the person going to be telling Nigeria? If anybody can bring out this fact, the atrocity these people are committing against Nigeria, and say, confirm, check whether I'm lying.
Anyway, but now, as we begin to wrap up, just in one word, do you see ADC right now as a formidable opposition wey go fit rest power from this party? No. In one word?
No.
All right, the program of just how we from Independent Television. We salute everyone who joined us this evening. Our brother Musa Seidu, I greet you, and the family of Apollo, I also greet all of us. Yes, God knows why things happen the way they do. So make una take heart in the way una dey. That's all I be. So all the Apollo family, I greet una this evening because I also they watch this program. I want to salute you, especially my brother Victor and every other person who say they watch this program for them. Well, like I promised, by next week, yes, our engineers don't devise the miss. When we say you too, will they talk to us as the program they comment. Nigeria on our own will not get another country. Yes, even if you be cities or other place, like I talk to one doctor just now, he say as me and you they talk so. 8,000 America a day, you know if you talk to me, if they walk to me, if they walk. Me and if they walk and they talk to me, if they walk and talk to me. If you do another country, you don't feel receive call, you don't feel do it. So many things. What you know if you do when you come out for this country. So Nigeria remains the best country for all of us. God bless Nigeria. I greet everybody again. God bless Nigeria.
Certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osamui Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upuma Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
ITV, certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright? Well, I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout in reps and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right. Let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight is, but there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm the Auto Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what can you do? 3, 2, 1. Please, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, well, just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done in set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left. To right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool down. And this is the cool down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes for the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please don't stand on it. Keep that means this. And the horse stands just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though. This is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-up this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually. And it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open. And finally, we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies cross their legs? Why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles. And of course, to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osamui Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Ugeni Madonna, Imazedion, Overo, Ovesni Agbo, Manazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
Hold on.